Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Happy Scarlet EX and Violet EX reveal day. I got a couple of emails that I'm answering right now, which is awkward because you know, my starting screen was on the face cam, so you guys could see me answering emails. So I decided to well, you know, I might as well just click go live because y'all can see me. I mean, I'm here, right? So I could answer emails while live. I got one more email to answer, and it's an exciting one, so I decided I'd share. Thank you, Puplock, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Casey Gnarly with the 35 months. Thank you, guys. Inferenin for you with the Prime sub. I know. Isn't it crazy? I know. Tricky Jim answers emails. What the heck, bro? He just like me for real. That's crazy. Oh, man. Just Drew with the tier 1 sub and the 5 months. Thank you. Oh, okay. So I'm going to show you guys here. Let's see. Show you guys what I'm working on right now. I just sent a payment for the first Gym Leader Challenge playmats, so I'm very excited about that. I'm getting 100 stitched playmats printed. So that was one email that I did, and I'm thrilled about that. And I also sent away for the, thank you, Just Animist, for the Prime sub, and Blue Cloister. Yeah, thank you, guys. I know. I'm thrilled about the new Scarlet and Violet EX cards. We got so much exciting stuff to do today. So much exciting stuff. The, let's see, the Gym Leader Challenge playmat, first of all, is this guy right here. Love it. I also ordered, thank you, Golden Face, for those 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Golden Face. Let's get some hype going for Golden Face in the chat. Kamehamehas with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. I also ordered Gym Leader Challenge stickers, which are going to be given out free with anybody who picks up Gym Leader Challenge, you know, sleeves or playmat or enamel pins, baby. I wasn't sure if I was going to do a full send on the enamel pins, but I decided they look so good that I have to, bro. I have to do the enamel pins. Dude, check these out. Hold up. I just got this in the mail for enamel pins. Yeah, thank you, Arheeb. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Those look fire, dude. So like, yeah. Gotta send it on these. So that's the email I'm answering real quick. Is I need to approve. They sent me this for approval and I need to approve it. Yeah, I think I can approve that. Yeah, that looks nice. Let's get some hype going for Arheeb with the 10 gifties. It's Thayer with the Prime sub. Dang, you guys popping off this morning. Raynor with the sub and the 4 months. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Dude, you guys are incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then let's see, the sticker. You know, stickers are stickers. Stickers are still exciting. All right. Stickers still be exciting, though. Let's see. Here's my sticker file. Obviously, the red line's not going to be there, but this is the sticker. The free sticker you get if the free sticker that comes with any of the Gym Leader Challenge orders. So, I'm really excited about that. Any release timeline? I'm working on it. I mean, whenever it all shows up, right? It says the timeline for release. So the stickers are getting printed now, and then the playmats are getting printed now, and then the pins are getting printed as soon as I send this email that I told you guys that I'm about to send, and then the sleeves are getting printed now. So yeah, the Gym Leader Challenge sticker. These are like really nice stickers too. I don't cheap out on stickers, by the way. I don't. These are like bumper sticker quality stickers. This Standout Stickers brand, these guys are located in Ohio. They make the best stickers I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, these guys, they don't play. If any of you guys ever had the busted stickers, those things probably lasted forever, wherever you placed them. Those busted stickers have probably not faded or peeled or anything. So yeah, this is the same quality, the same brand that made the Busted stickers. So thrilled about that. Got that going on. Yeah, and the pin people, they're running a sale right now. So I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I gotta send for those. So give me 1 second to answer this pin email. Thank you, Flashover, for the Prime sub and the 3 months. Let's see. All right, here we are. You're my sales coordinator. All right, very good. Many thanks for your inquiry. Thank you, Mia. Okay. For the, Okay, do you need this order by a specific date? Soon would be the specific date, I guess. Free artwork. Free shipping to USA? Yes, please. Yep, looks good. Pay this link. All right, good. So we have to go here. Okay. No, do not do that. Oh, actually, yeah, we could do that. Confirm. Thank you, Count to Money, for the Prime sub and the 17 months. Flashover. Thank you, guys. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's all fine. Just let me pay this by now. All right. I need to pay the invoice. Okay. I got to type in my name. And then we got to go the address. We're going to do Full Grip Games in Akron, Ohio. Very cool. Thank you guys for your patience while I do this. I want to get this stuff, done and wrapped up as soon as possible. Man, it was thrilling. It was thrilling waking up this morning and seeing all the scans from the new set, though. I am so excited about that. I was like asleep last night, and Natalie was like reading some of the translations in bed, and she would like nudge me and wake me up. She'd be like, "Oh my God!" So like I kind of had an idea of some things that were happening. Oh, I can pay with Apple Pay or PayPal. This is wonderful. Okay. Good. Okay, so that's my shipping address. Good. Place order and go to pay. All right, let's do that. Please choose a delivery method. Oh, sure. Okay, let's go. Let's go. All right. You sent a PIN number to my phone. That's fine. We can do that. Okay, let's do the PIN. Very good. Do, 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 do. All right. Oh, you want to do credit card? You had an Apple Pay link there a second ago. That's fine. All right, we'll do the old-fashioned way. Let's see. I don't know where the Apple Pay link went, but this'll do, I guess. You guys want to know the funny number on the card? This would be a poor time for me to accidentally be typing into the chat. Tricky Jim goes shopping. That's an interesting stream. Let's see. All right, here we go. Ta-da! And there, the funny little number. And there we are. Pay. Sure. And ta-da! It is done. Okay. That's it. Well, yep. It is done. All right, these bad boys have been ordered. Very good. Excited about that. That's fun. And now it's time to talk about cards. Yeah, these look great. They did a fantastic job with these. I can't believe how slick they look. I mean, really, I just like sent them to Logo, and they just sent me back all of these, and I was like, I want them in all 10 different colors. I was like, my expectations were like not very high, you know, because I just was like, yeah, you know, I want like 10 different colors, and then like I want the edge to be like silver. You think you could do that? And they were like, yeah. It sent me back this within like you know, within 12 hours. Let's see. Yeah, I literally sent them like each of these. And within 12 hours, you know, they got me back these pins. Sorry, fairy type? Never heard of it, guys. Never heard of it. All right, so these are on the way. Excellent. I've only got 50 of each. So, yeah. Yeah, 50 of each. Extremely limited. And then 100 of these playmats. Cool. That's what we got. All right, now I need to actually send this nice lady a response. All right, reply. Hello. Hello, Mia. I have sent the payment, and I think that the proofs look great. Thank you for the quick response. There is no rush on the delivery. However, it would be nice if I could expect to receive them within a few weeks. Thanks again, Andrew. Okay. All right. Hello, Mia. Go ahead and full send that. Yeah. There we go. Great. Okay. All right. They did not reintroduce Fairy. Quit playing with me, dog. All right. Business gym is closed. Now it's time for fun gym. Business gym is over. Now it's game time. Okay, let's see. Got everything squared away. How do we want to do this? There's brand new cards from Scarlet EX and Violet EX. They have been revealed. They are here. They're glorious. They're beautiful. There's art rares that are coming out as well. You guys thought they were done with like art rare, character rare. They were never going to be done with these, bro. Come on now. What did they say that they were going to be? What did they say that they were done with? Character rares? Something like that. New art rares on Pokemon Center ETBs too. Yeah, art rares are just trainer gallery too. They were never going to be done with these. Why would they stop doing something that's so successful and beautiful? They would not, right? It's like, obviously, they're not just going to... Yeah, these look insane. Absolutely insane. Like, look at these guys. Holy cow. I never thought I was a Pachirisu fan until now. Look at Slowpoke. Look at Slowpoke. Man. Look at this guy. Look at Hunter Dogman. Riolu. Oh! Such a little troublemaker. And then obviously Aralt's Curlia and Gardevoir artwork that could just make you cry. Man. Fantastic. Oh yeah, and this guy. Armorage, I think. It's raining outside. Armorage doesn't like the rain. Gonna need an umbrella there, dog. Or else you're gonna have a bad time. Probably gonna melt. Maybe your hairdo will get extinguished. Armor Rogue? What about Armor Rouge? What about Armorage? Yeah, what about Armor Rogue? What about Armor? Why not Armorage? What about Armor Rouge? Do we have any confirmation on this? How do you guys know? How do you know how it's pronounced? Huh? Because I'm French? So you guys are just making it up like I'm making it up. Bro, it's Vicavolt. It's, yeah, Vicavolt is the official Vicavolt pronunciation. Vicavolt. That's what I'm saying. Unless any of you guys have heard from TPCI how this is pronounced in English, I don't want to hear it. Because they be throwing curveballs. DF Metal says, I'm a French guy and I can confirm it's pronounced Armor Rouge. That's what I'm saying. Ampharos is Ampharos. Yeah. I'm just saying, you guys don't know how it's pronounced. You're just making it up. If Chip is mispronouncing Vicavolt on stream, then let's just say the people that Chip is working with are not as are not as tight about it as the people I'm working with. Let's just say that. Yeah, I know, Jesse. I know. Puka says the correct way is Vika. It's Vicavolt. Just trust me, I know. Just trust me, bro. Trust me. All right, who's ready to vroom vroom? I am. You guys will see soon enough. All right, here we go. Vroom vroom, baby! Scarlet EX and Violet EX cards have been completely revealed. The very first set of the new Scarlet and Violet generation, with the return of Pokemon EX, the new terastallizing phenomenon, and all that fun stuff. How could you not be excited about this? Honestly, it feels like a new beginning. I'd say it feels like a new year, but it's even more exciting than a new year because new blocks only come around every few years. I'd say it feels like Christmas, but again, Christmas happens every year. This is something, it's more like the World Cup, all right? More like the Olympics, something that only happens every handful of years. We've got the beginnings of a new trading card game era, and I am beyond amped for it. All right. Yes, Scarlet. PokeBeach does a great job of explaining the lowercase EX mechanic, originally introduced in the early 2000s, 2003, with the introduction of Pokemon. Let's see. Yeah, PokeBeach does a great job of explaining the lowercase EX mechanic, originally introduced in Ruby and Sapphire in 2003. Pokemon lowercase EX evolve naturally from their original evolutions, like this Stage 2 Ampharos EX right here. Capital EX, or uppercase Pokemon EX, as we saw during the Black and White and X and Y eras, they are basically giant basic Pokemon, or in the case of Mega Pokemon EX, giant Stage 1 Pokemon. So they don't evolve from, Flaffy or Mareep. They just are big basics like this Ampharos EX we see right here from Ancient Origins. The lowercase Pokemon EX that are going to be in Scarlet and Violet are going to be like the original lowercase Pokemon EX from the early 2000s, and they will evolve. And this is a change that I think is going to be a fundamental win for the future of the Pokemon trading card game. This is going to be fantastic. I think that Pokemon V, Pokemon V-Star, and Pokemon V-Max were generally not a very exciting mechanic. I'm not mad that we went there. When you're making a collectible trading card game, you have to try new things, and that's okay. I mean, change is just part of what keeps the game exciting, but I am thrilled to see the return of the original evolution mechanics with the multi-prize Pokemon. And so far, I'm really excited because the cards just seem well balanced, and they seem like they're going to be a great step forward for the Pokemon TCG. Now, the Terastal phenomenon has also been revealed. We've got terrestrialized Gyarados EX and terrestrialized Arcanine EX, and much to everybody's confusion, the terrestrial phenomenon has been reduced to a bench barrier effect. So the Arcanine EX and the Gyarados EX cannot be damaged by attacks while they're on the bench. That's what their terrestrializing does. Now, maybe they decide to do more with the terrestrial phenomenon going forward, but for now, this is what it is. And frankly, I'm okay with that because I don't want the Pokemon trading card game to be like hyped up and like really overpowered to the nth degree. I feel like the Sword and Shield era kind of did that. The end of the Sun and Moon era with Tag Team Pokemon GX were just way overpowered, in my opinion. Overpowered to the point where expanded format is almost unplayable because of how insanely broken everything is, from about Team Up through Silver Tempest, right? That block of cards is so much more powerful than anything ever released in the Pokemon trading card game that expanded format almost can't exist anymore. So I'm okay with a slight dial back in power and a more methodical and thought out approach to card design if it means that the power level of cards is going to settle and become more manageable long term. So I think that that's kind of a necessary step. I do hope that maybe they do a little bit more with terrestrializing going forward. But hey, I'm just stoked that the multi-prize Pokemon are evolving from regular basics again. This is something that I'm so excited about that you can't really bum me out with how not exciting the terrestrial phenomenon is. Okay. Woohoo! And I gotta say, I absolutely love the new card layout from the Scarlet and Violet sets. We talked about this on stream before. The cards look fantastic. The abilities look great. The layout of the cards, absolutely love it. There's a lot of little stuff that's changed from the last block to this one. You know, this little swoosh up here, the circle with the pre-evolution, and it's the slight change in color that makes the attacks easier to read because the this block here is slightly lighter than the rest of the card. It all just looks really slick. And then, of course, with the silver borders, I mean, my goodness, I could not be more excited about the silver borders coming to all international prints of Pokemon cards. Let's get to the translations, shall we? Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I can't wait. Here we go. How's everything look? This looks good. You guys can see. I can see. Everything looking slick. I've got it zoomed in. I think it looks nicer zoomed in. That looks good, right? I mean, it takes up the whole screen. Why not, right? Everybody, even if you're on your phone, it looks better like this. Hold on, like this. Mic's a little hot? All right, cool. I'll bring it down a bit. Check one, check two, check one, check two. Might as well dial it in. That's good. Don't want to be peaking. Thank you. All right. How's this with the mic? That's fine. I can refilm all that intro stuff for the YouTube cut. But here, I'm not redoing the card explanations. You know, that's just like... Now, here's another thing. It doesn't make sense to do a complete set review, right? Like, I don't need to talk about Skidoo, right? Is there value to doing a completionist set review where you say, I review every single card? Blah. There's no point in talking about Skidoo, right? Right, like that's literally pointless. Okay. I don't have 3 hours. That's what I'm saying. All right, cool. But I'll talk about pretty much anything that has an ability like Cacnea here. Okay. Like that's what, like these cards aren't fantastic, but they have an ability, so we'll talk about them. But I'm not going to talk about like Skidoo. And then obviously for the Twitch stream, I'll kind of like over film, and then I can cut anything out for the YouTube cut if I want to. Holy moly. Yeah. Cool. All right. Let's start records. Oh man, guys, all right, hold on. I know, pump fake. I gotta pee. But all right. Thank you for your patience. Emails answered, bladder emptied. We're ready to party. Let's do it. Okay, first up, we've got Cacnea is a cute fella. Look at that artwork. Absolutely love that. That is fantastic. And the artwork that I've seen so far from the set has been nothing short of phenomenal. It's got the ability counterattack Needles if this Pokemon is your active Pokemon and is damaged by an opponent's attack. Even if it's knocked out, you place 3 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. That is a neat ability if you happen to be playing a Cacturn, because Cacnea is not necessarily the strongest attacker with the Light Punch attack, which does 30 damage. Now, Cacturn also has the counterattack Needles ability and places 3 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. And then it has the Spike Shot attack, which does 110 damage for 3 colorless energy. This line is interesting because it's not necessarily good in Standard or Gym Leader Challenge, but this line could be good in a limited format like a cube drafting format or something like that. It's an interesting card with a neat little ability. The power level of the ability and the attacks are not necessarily on par with other abilities and attacks in Gym Leader Challenge or Standard, but in a limited formats, this could be an interesting card because of its 3 colorless attack cost. You could splash it into any kind of cube draft deck. So if you happen to be drafting, maybe this Cacturn is an interesting pick. Cool. Yeah. Let's see. And then also, I think I'll probably do, in my YouTube introduction, I'll explain that for the set review, I'm going to talk about the cards in like multiple contexts. I'm going to talk about, oh, I didn't click record. That's fine. Yeah, thank you, Espresso. I did not click record. So that's fine. I probably won't include this in my YouTube cut. But like going in, I'll explain the cards. I'll explain the cards in the context of Standard, in the context of like a draft, and in the context of Gym Leader Challenge. I'll explain that in the beginning of the video when I do that, but I'll do that off stream. Let's see. I'll redo this with the records. All right. First up, we got Cacnea and Cacturn. They are very cool looking Pokemon with the counterattack Needles ability, which places 3 damage counters on any Pokemon that deals damage to these guys, even if they happen to be knocked out. Now, Cacnea and Cacturn are not very good cards in the context of Standard, Expanded, or Gym Leader Challenge. But if you happen to be drafting, or maybe if you're playing in a pre-release, a super limited format, these cards could be interesting. They have neat little abilities, and Cacturn's attack costs 3 colorless energy, so great for a drafting format where maybe you're trying to piece together a deck on the fly that has different energy types that you need to have form a cohesive strategy. So I like it for that, and the artwork is great, but, you know, all in all, just a simple draft format card. Thank you, Knife Laugh Love, for that Prime sub, and Triduck. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Not Small Lives. Dollives. I'm realizing I don't know any of these Pokemon's names. Anybody else with me on that? Arboliva. What? All right. Arboliva is a new Stage 2 Grass-type Pokemon with the ability Fill Oil. I don't like how it's... Arboliva is a new Stage 2 Grass-type Pokemon with 150 hit points. It's got the ability Fill Oil. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may heal all damage from one of your Pokemon. And then its attack, Solar Beam for 2 grass and a colorless energy, does 150 damage. Now in Standard format, Pokemon can have upwards of 300 HP. So being able to completely heal one of those Pokemon could be very powerful. Up until this point, Stage 2 Pokemon that don't directly impact the consistency of your deck, like Inteleon, have not seen a lot of play. But I think that in the Scarlet and Violet era, we might see some more return to basics with evolution cards seeing more play. That's my hope anyways. And if that's the case, then we might see cards like Arboliva be combined with powerful Pokemon EX to completely heal them with those kinds of tank and heal strategies. Now, in Gym Leader Challenge format, Arboliva could completely heal one of your tanky grass Pokemon, like maybe Torterra. And then Arboliva also has a nice 150 damage attack, which is super good in Gym Leader Challenge format, as 150 damage is going to be knocking out most threats. Cool. I love Torkoal as a Pokemon. Torkoal is really sick. This Torkoal has 130 HP and 2 attacks. Stampede does 30 damage, and then Concentrated Fire for a fire and 2 colorless energy does 80 damage. Oh, I love Torkoal. Torkoal's an awesome Pokemon. This Torkoal has 130 hit points and the Concentrated Fire attack, which requires that you flip a coin for each fire energy attached to this Pokemon, and it does 80 damage times the number of heads. So if you have the Pokemon Go Charizard in play in Gym Leader Challenge format, and you have 3 fire energy on your Torkoal, then you get to flip 6 coins, and you do 80 damage times the number of heads. So if you go 50-50 and you flip 3 heads out of the 6, then you're going to be doing 240 damage. So this Torkoal is interesting. It's really good if you happen to have Pokemon Go Charizard in play. Without Pokemon Go Charizard, it's just kind of mid. But its damage potential when you have the energy doubled up is pretty insane. So I think it's a card worth considering in Gym Leader Challenge format. Armarouge? Armarage? Armarogue? I don't know how to say this Pokemon's name. Armarouge? Armarog? Armarogue. Armarogue has 130 HP and the ability Fire Alarm, which reads, as often as you like during your turn, you may move a fire energy attached to one of your benched Pokemon to your active Pokemon. Then its attack, Flame Cannon, for 2 fire and a colorless energy, does 90 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned. Now, if you know me and you watch Tricky Jim, then you probably know, let's see. Now, if you watch the channel, then you probably know that I don't love abilities that move the location of the energy you already have in play. Because in my mind, just put it in the right spot the first time. Why would I need an ability to fix a mistake? Just put the energy in the right spot the first time. Now, this ability could be good if there happens to be something that you need to move that energy for, or maybe if there's a way to accelerate lots of fire energy to a benched Pokemon that maybe isn't a great attacker in the future. But right now, this ability's usefulness, I think, is kind of limited. Maybe you can combo it with Cheryl, sure. But the thing is that it only moves fire energy from your benched Pokemon to your active Pokemon. So, like, maybe if you're playing a free retreat Pokemon VMAX, like Togekiss Pokemon, like maybe if you're playing a free retreat Pokemon VMAX, like Togekiss VMAX, you can retreat the Togekiss to your bench and then use the Armarouge to move the fire energy up to a new Togekiss. Stuff like that. I guess so, right? If your Pokemon has free retreat, you can move it to the bench. Togekiss is rotating. I don't know, man. All right, it's a decent ability, but we already have bronze. Let me ask you this. How much play? What's the Bronzong? What set's it from? Metal Transfer. Darkness Ablaze. All right. Battle Styles. Never mind. All right. I'm so glad that set symbols are killed. I'm so stoked. Anyways. If you watch the channel, then you know that I'm not, let's see. Yeah. If you watch the channel, then you know that I'm not the biggest fan of abilities that just move the location of your energy. I definitely prefer abilities that accelerate energy into play. Something that I've been known to say is, why don't you just put the energy where you wanted it in the first place the first time, right? Instead of having to move it with an ability. There are some cheeky combos that you can pull off, maybe with Cheryl using Armorogue to move fire energy off of the Pokemon that you want to heal. But let me ask you this. How much play does the Bronzong from Battle Styles see? It's a Stage 1 Pokemon with the Metal Transfer ability that can move your metal energy in play anywhere you want. And that card has seen almost no play at all in standard format. So then why would a fire type version of that can only move energy from the bench to the active be better? It wouldn't. I understand that many people may like Armorogue, but this card is kind of just mid at best. Boom. Mid at best. Mid at best. Armarouge. Armorog. Magikarp still has 30 hit points, but it evolves into the mighty Gyarados EX with a massive 300 HP on a Stage 1 Pokemon that only gives up 2 prize cards. Pokemon V-Star all have about 270, 280 hit points. This is crazy. Gyarados EX with a massive 300 HP. HP totals that up until this point we have seen only on Pokemon that give up 3 prize cards. It's got 2 attacks. Its first attack, Waterfall, does 100 damage for 3 water energy. And then the Tyrannical Tail attack for 3 water and 2 colorless energy. 5 energy. Yeah, that's pretty fitting. Gyarados typically has pretty expensive attacks. Does 180 damage plus 180 more damage if your opponent's active Pokemon already has any damage counters on it. Now, Galarian Zigzagoon is rotating, but I did see that we are getting a new Hawlucha, which can place 1 damage counter on up to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you play it from your hand to the bench. So the damage can be easy enough to place. We are losing Scoop Up Net to rotation, but with stadiums like Gapejaw Bog, there are multiple different ways to place damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon. 360 damage. It's classic Gyarados. Huge overkill. Why would you need to do 360 damage? Why would you need to do 360 damage, especially if that Pokemon already has damage counters on it? So you're going to be over swinging by probably 60 damage on average. And you have to get 5 energy on this thing. And guess what? Frostmoth is also rotating out of standard. So not a lot of great ways to get energy onto this thing. I suppose you could pair it with the Pokemon Go Blastoise, which can accelerate up to 7 energy from your deck onto your board. It ends your turn, though. You could also pair it with Origin Form Palkia V-Star, which can get 3 water energy from your discard pile onto Gyarados, and then attach a double turbo energy, and you would be doing 340 damage with the double turbo, which I suppose is fine. This card is probably too expensive to be worth paying for, but it is pretty cool, gotta say. You can't Melanie. Melanie only goes to Pokemon V's. Buizel. Floatzel. Floatzel is a stage 1 with the Hydro Pump attack. Does 50 damage plus 20 more damage for each water energy attached to this Pokemon. There are better Hydro Pumpers for Gym Leader Challenge formats that are either, tankier like Wailord or just basic Pokemon like Lapras. So Floatzel, just a pretty mid Hydro Pumper, unfortunately. The damage doesn't ramp better, right? I guess, okay, all right. Well, so you got 90 for 2, 110 for 3. No, it's mid. Yeah, no. It's mid. You're better off playing Wailord or Lapras. Or even Cramorant, if you're a big Cramorant fan. This Floatzel's, even in Gym Leader Challenge, that Floatzel doesn't get there. Bruxish, we don't talk about Bruxish. It's the same attack as Cramorant, right, but Cramorant's a basic, yeah. Wiglet is a basic water-type Pokemon, the first ever Wiglet and Wugtrio. Is it Wugtrio? It is Wugtrio. The first ever Wiglet and Wugtrio cards have been revealed. Wiglet, and they did with all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, there are 2 of the basics to choose from. So there's Wiglet 1 and Wiglet 2. Wiglet 2 is probably better. It's got 2 attacks. Wiglet 1, flip a coin if heads. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage. Okay, Wiglet 1. Wiglet 1 goes kind of hard. All right, and then Wiglet 2, 60 hit points. Dig a bit. Flip a coin if heads. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. All right. Milling. It's interesting. All right. Wiglet 1 and Wiglet 2, they each have their own uses. I think Wiglet 1 is just better. Being able to buy yourself a free turn is pretty much always good in Gym Leader Challenge format. And we're talking about these guys in Gym Leader Challenge format because, let's be honest. But wait! All right. Wugtrio. I Wumbo, you Wumbo, he, she, we, Wugtrio. Wugtrio has 90 HP and the Sea Tunneling attack. For 3 colorless energy, you flip 3 coins for each heads. Discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. That's crazy. All right. So what you're saying is a new mill strategy just dropped. I love this. If you play the supporter card Will, you can guarantee to get at least 1 heads with your flips. If you play Glimwood Tangle, you can try reflipping the coins. If you don't like your flips, if you happen to flip 3 tails, you can try again. There are some other mill-friendly cards that you can pair this Wug Trio with in Gym Leader Challenge format to try and run your opponent out of resources. Wow. I was just trying to build a water mill deck in Gym Leader Challenge format the other day, and then all of a sudden, Wug Trio, just what we needed. This is fantastic. I'm really excited about that. The 3 energy cost is a little bit prohibitive in standard format, unfortunately. If it were just 2 colorless energy, I would think that maybe this could be a potential mill strategy in standard, but 3 colorless is pretty difficult to pull off. You're probably just better off playing Durant in standard format. But in Gym Leader Challenge, Wug Trio has a welcome home in any water mill deck. Raihan plus double turbo, just play Durant. In standard, just play Durant. Well, that's why Gym Leader Challenge is fun, because like you can't just play Durant in a watermill deck. Or at all in Gym Leader Challenge, because it's singleton. You can't just, but in standard, you really ought to just play Durant. Because Durant gets 4, it only costs 1 energy, it takes up half the deck space. Yeah. In standard, you're better off playing Durant. But in Gym Leader Challenge, this is viable. For sure. You could use triple acceleration energy. Hiya. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really know who this Pokemon is. Dondozo is a basic Pokemon with 160 hit points. He's huge. A basic single prize Pokemon with 160 HP. That's nuts. It's got the Vent Wrath attack, which does 50 damage for each Tatsugiri in your discard pile. So unfortunately, that is not doing too much in Gym Leader Challenge format. In standard formats, you could do 200 damage or 180 for just 2 colorless energy for 1 double turbo, since twin energy is going to be rotating. So in standard format, if you have 4 Tatsugiri in your discard pile, for just 1 double turbo energy, you can do 180 damage. That's pretty good. And 160 hit points on a single prize basic is definitely not too bad. So this Pokemon's kind of nuts. I dig it. Could be a single prize deck where maybe you're just attacking with double turbo energy. You're going to need more than just 4 double turbo energy, so maybe Raihan. The second attack is a little bit inaccessible. Heavy Splash, 120 damage for 2 water and 2 colorless energy. But Vent Wrath, Vent Wrath doing 50 damage for each Tatsugiri in your discard pile. It's pretty good. Tatsugiri is also pretty cool. It's a basic Pokemon with the attack preparations for 1 water energy. You get to search your deck for up to 2 basic water energy and attach them to one of your basic Pokemon. This is pretty neat. So with Tatsugiri, you can accelerate energy onto your Dondozo, and then Dondozo does more damage for the amount of Tatsugiri in your discard pile. Tatsugiri could see play in Gym Leader Challenge as well, just because it accelerates 2 basic water energy from your deck to one of your basic Pokemon. So this could be a card that you play in any kind of water-type Gym Leader Challenge deck. And honestly, this could be a card that you play in any kind of standard deck that wants to have water energy in play. Being able to accelerate 2 water energy from your deck to one of your basic Pokemon is just a pretty solid attack, honestly. So I really like this Tatsugiri. I feel like it's got potential as just a way to kick off the game and get energy into play. I'm not exactly sure that Tatsugiri Dondozo is going to be the best deck ever. It's kind of like just one of those canned decks that they give you and that are not very good. All right. For example, I'm getting big Vivid Voltage Cramorant vibes from this deck. Cramorant had the continuous Gulp Missile attack, which required that you discard any amount of Arrokuda from your bench, and it did 60 damage for each Arrokuda you discarded in this way. This deck was not good or even remotely playable. It was actually just terrible. This card is slightly better than that, since you don't have to discard the Tatsugiri every time. Once you get the Tatsugiri into your discard pile, you're just doing 200 damage. So it is better than the Cramorant, but I'm still getting Cramorant vibes from this card, and I'm not exactly sure that dealing 180 or 200 damage every turn on a single prize Pokemon is going to be enough. I guess maybe you're not necessarily hitting anything great for weakness with Dondozo. If you look at, a comparable deck like Regigigas can hit notable cards for weakness and can take one-hit KOs on Pokemon VMAX like Mew VMAX. Dondozo's never going to do that. Maybe I'm just being a hater. Maybe Dondozo Tatsugiri has some potential. It is slightly better than Cramorant. I like that once you get the 4 Tatsugiri in your discard pile, you're kind of just good to go. So maybe I'll give it a firm maybe in standard format. Okay, how about that? A maybe. That's the best I'm giving it. I absolutely love the new Lightning Bird line, Wattrel and Kilowattrel. Kilowattrel is a lightning-type Pokemon with 120 HP. Its Skill Dive attack for 2 colorless energy does 50 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. And then Thunder Blast for a lightning and 2 colorless energy does 140 damage, and you discard a lightning energy from this Pokemon. This power level obviously doesn't cut it in standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, Skill Dive is a nice little spread attack which jives with lightning strengths, spreading damage to your opponent's benched Pokemon, and then 140 damage with the drawback of discarding 1 lightning energy is pretty solid damage output. If you wanted to play this card in your lightning type Gym Leader Challenge deck to diversify your deck's weakness, that would be a pretty decent option for you, since it does have a minus 30 resistance to fighting and is weak to lightning, where most lightning type Pokemon are weak to fighting. So having another fighting resistant Pokemon in your lightning type Gym Leader Challenge deck could be cool, especially if you are expecting a bunch of fighting decks to show up at whatever event you're at. All right. Probably the most broken card from Scarlet and Violet EX. Why is it always Gardevoir? Gardevoir gets all the nice cards. Somebody at the Pokemon Company really likes Gardevoir, huh? Why do some Pokemon seem to have it all, while others only have a single Pokemon card? Why do some Pokemon have it all, while others only have a single Pokemon card ever printed? Gardevoir EX has 310 HP. It's a stage 2 Pokemon. We just got the Kirlia with the... What's the Kirlia's ability? Refinement? It's refinement, isn't it? Yeah. Gardevoir EX has 310 hit points and is a stage 2 Pokemon. We just got the Kirlia with the refinement ability. So that ability is so strong that it's seen play just for that ability. Now that Kirlia evolves into one of the most powerful Pokemon EX we've ever seen, yeah, I think this line is going to be extremely successful. Gardevoir EX has the ability Psychic Embrace, which reads, Gardevoir EX has the ability Psychic Embrace, which reads, as often as you like during your turn, you may attach a basic Psychic Energy from your discard pile to one of your Psychic Pokemon. If you do, put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon, and you can't use the ability if it would knock out that Pokemon with the 2 damage counters. Let me reiterate, as often as you like during your turn. So if you've got 10 Psychic Energy in your discard pile with just 1 Gardevoir EX, you can just plop all 10 of those energy into play. That's incredible. Now, obviously, you damage your own Pokemon when you use this ability, but the top end potential of being able to just dump 10 energy onto your board, I mean, the possibilities are quite literally endless, because as a Psychic type deck, you no longer have to worry about how am I going to get energy into play. Gardevoir, just 1 Gardevoir, can put as many energy into play as you could possibly want. The one-man band, the one Pokemon engine, it's insane to think how much power comes from just one single Gardevoir EX. It's also got the attack max. There's no max there. It's also got the attack Miracle Force for 2 Psychic and a colorless energy. Does 190 damage, and you heal any special conditions on this Pokemon. That's a pretty solid attack. You're going to be knocking out a lot of... What are you going to be knocking out with this? How much HP do basic Pokemon EX have? Don't they have like a ton? Are there any basic Pokemon EX? $170 to $220. Yeah. Gardevoir's attack, Miracle Force for 2 Psychic and a colorless energy, does 190 damage and heals any special conditions on this Pokemon. It's a pretty solid attack. You're not going to be one-hit KOing a lot of things. You can one-hit KO some Pokemon EX, but you're going to be 2-hit KOing anything in the Pokemon TCG. So a nice serviceable attack The real boon of this card, though, is its Psychic Embrace ability, which I'm sure will be the backbone of countless decks in the years to come. Driftblim. All right. Driftblim has got 110 hit points and the Spread Curses attack, which places 8 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. It's a little expensive, costing 3 Psychic Energy, but we know that Gardevoir EX can put as many Psychic Energy into play as you want. So you could build a pretty interesting spread deck. 8 damage counters is not very good when we're talking about Pokemon V and Pokemon V-Star that have 280 hit points. Frankly, 8 damage counters just isn't cutting it. But in Gym Leader Challenge formats, 8 damage counters is pretty significant. However, in Gym Leader Challenge formats, 3 Psychic Energy is kind of a steep cost, so a little bit prohibitive in GLC. So this card will be much easier to power up in Standard, and it could get better as Pokemon V eventually leave Standard formats and the most powerful Pokemon in the game, like Gardevoir, have to evolve from little 70 HP Ralts. So as the game continues to progress and Pokemon V and V-Star, start to leave the formats, maybe Drifloon gets a little bit better. Maybe Driftblim gets a little bit better. Oh, I didn't look at Drifloon. Drifloon has got the Balloon Bomb attack. For 2 Psychic Energy, it does 30 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. We have seen attacks like this before. Anybody remember Spiritomb? I remember Spiritomb. Spiritomb from Unbroken Bonds did 10 damage. Spiritomb from Unbroken Bonds did 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter on Spiritomb. And you could put Cape of Toughness on it to give it 110 hit points. And you could Anguish Cry for, like 300 damage. It's pretty crazy. And Spiritomb was not a bad deck, but Spiritomb did have the Building Spite ability, which places damage counters on it. And then there were a bunch of other shenanigans you could go through to get damage counters on your Spiritomb. Drifloon, all right, places damage on itself with Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace. So if you have 6 Psychic Energy in your discard pile, you can put them, not 6, holy smokes, never mind, because it's 2 damage counters. So if you have 3 Psychic Energy in your discard pile, you can plop those 3 Psychic Energy straight onto Drifloon. And then what? You're doing 180 damage. Weak, man. It's weak. It's not enough. 180. 3 Psychic Energy on it. What set is Cape of Toughness in? Is Cape rotating? And Cape of Toughness is rotating. So you can't even put Cape of Toughness on it. You have to Big Charm it. All right, so with Big Charm, you put Big Charm on your Drifloon. Then you can put 4 energy on Drifloon with Gardevoir, and you can use Balloon Bomb to do 240 damage. Big Charm rotates too? All right, never mind. Big Charm and Cape both rotate. So this card's terrible. All right. No, it ain't happening. All right, but it's interesting. All right, you keep it in mind. It's interesting. I don't want to say terrible. It's interesting. You got to keep it in mind, even though Cape of Toughness and Big Charm are both rotating out of standard formats come March. You got to keep Balloon Bomb in mind, because if there ever becomes a way to increase Drifloon's hit points, it could be a viable way to dish out a bunch of damage in combination with Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace. Look at this little guy. Isn't he nice? Wow. Energy Bite, 30 damage. Flip a coin of heads. Discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. Okay. These guys are not very good. He's got an ability, but is not very good. I mean, if you have a Psychic-type Gym Leader Challenge deck and you want to be really rude to Fire players, you can put this guy into play. They can Hex Maniac through it, but still annoying. Only does 100 damage. These guys are not good. This guy is not good. This guy is not good. Now, Lucario. This card's power level is not strong enough for standard formats, but in Gym Leader Challenge formats, this is a nice, efficient attacker. There are a lot of really strong Stage 1 fighting type Pokemon that already see play in Gym Leader Challenge formats, and Lucario slides right into those low energy cost fighting decks with its Vengeful Knuckles attack. For 1 fighting energy, it does 30 damage plus 120 more damage if any of your fighting Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn. So 150 damage as a revenge attack if one of your fighting Pokemon was knocked out. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, if you're playing a fighting type deck, then all of the Pokemon that are going to be getting knocked out are fighting type. So its revenge qualification will be paid for, and you'll be able to do 150 damage for just 1 fighting energy. With a strong energy, it's 170 damage. With a muscle band and a strong energy, you can get up to 190 damage. 130 HP is exactly where you want to be in Gym Leader Challenge format as well. It's kind of the average attacker HP threshold that you want to be at. And then Accelerating Stab for a fighting and 2 colorless energy does 120 damage, and this Pokemon cannot use Accelerating Stab during your next turn. I like that it's got a secondary attack, because if you revenge for 150 and your opponent doesn't knock out the Lucario, you're going to want something else to do the following turn. Accelerating Stab being accessible for just a double colorless attachment or a twin energy attachment after you use Vengeful Knuckles is pretty solid. I think that this Lucario is definitely a solid attacker in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's also not weak to grass, so having a diverse weakness in your fighting type deck can also be valuable. I like this card. It's good. Thank you, Noah, for that Prime sub in the 17 months. This is why Kamiya is the GOAT. Look at this awesome Sandile artwork. Love it. Sandile, Krokorok, And then Crocodile. Crocodile doesn't have a lot of fantastic Pokemon cards, but this Crocodile is actually pretty decent in the context of Gym Leader Challenge. Unfortunately, not really powerful enough to compete in standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge, where Pokemon with a rule box are not legal for play, 170 HP and the ability to do 180 damage for just 2 fighting energy is quite good. Voracious Bite for 1 fighting does 50 damage and you flip a coin. If Voracious Bite for 1 fighting energy does 50 damage and you flip a coin until you get tails. For each heads, discard an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. And then everybody's favorite fighting type Pokemon attack, Earthquake for 2 fighting energy, does 180 damage and 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. There are a lot of really great Earthquakers in the fighting type pool of cards. And 180 damage for 2 fightings, just great damage output in Gym Leader Challenge format. Of course, getting a Stage 2 Pokemon into play is not always the easiest thing to do, but with cards like Karina, you can just search out Rare Candy and Crocodile with a single supporter card, allowing you to easily spring that Crocodile into play. And dealing 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon can actually be a good thing when you pair Crocodile with cards that take advantage of that benched damage, like Terrakion or Runerigus. So, that's cool. Yes. Here is the Hawlucha I was talking about earlier that could see play in combination with Gyarados EX. It's got the Flying Entry ability. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to your bench, you may choose 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon and put 1 damage counter on each of them. Its attack does 70 damage for a fighting and 2 colorless energy. Fixing Math is pretty much always good in the Pokemon TCG. Galarian Zigzagoon saw a lot of play during its legality for its Headbutt Tantrum ability. We also saw Giratina from... Where was that Giratina from? Lost Thunder, right? We also saw Giratina from Lost Thunder see a lot of play during its time in standard formats with the Distortion Door ability, which allowed the Giratina to come back from the discard pile and place 2 damage counters on... which allowed the Giratina to come back from the discard pile and place a damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon, just like Hawlucha. So I have high hopes for this Hawlucha, even without Scoop Up Net in standard format. Fixing Math is pretty much always good. So Hawlucha, I think, will definitely see play and is also an option in Gym Leader Challenge formats in combination with Scoop Up Net to place damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon twice. Sandaconda, Violent Dust Cloud. This Sandaconda seems a little too silly to function. It's got the Violent Dust Cloud attack for 3 fighting and a colorless. It's pretty expensive. This Sandaconda, I think, is a little bit too silly to function. It's got the Violent Dust Cloud attack for 3 fighting and a colorless energy. You have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. Then your opponent shuffles their active Pokemon and all cards attached to it into their deck. So If you manage to get 4 energy on this thing, you're not even taking a knockout. You're just shuffling your opponent's active back into their deck. You would need to accelerate energy back onto the Sandaconda every turn, and then it just is, it's way too much work. It's way too silly. I know already that chat is going to try to get me to build a deck involving this card, and I'm going to fight back so much. There's no way. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to say it. There's no way this card is ever good. It's way too expensive, and it doesn't do enough. Yeah. I don't even think this card is good in Gym Leader Challenge with Colossal. Nah. Nope. Cloth. Now you should all know if I'm stopping. You should all know that if I'm stopping to look at a card with about this power level, we're not talking about standard format. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but this cloth is not ever going to see play alongside Lugia V-Star. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, 130 hit points for a basic attacker is pretty decent. It's got the Adrenaline Hammer attack, which does 130 damage, but it confuses itself. I don't even think that this card is good in Gym Leader Challenge. Its attack costs are too steep. It confuses itself. No bueno. Great Tusk EX. My, oh my. What a beautiful, glorious, gorgeous Pokemon. Great Tusk. 250 hit points. It's a basic Pokemon. Oh my gosh, it's a basic. That's crazy. 250 HP on a basic. You understand this thing has more hit points than Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX had. And that card gave up 3 prize cards. This thing only gives up 2 and has more HP. It's got 2 attacks. Bedrock Breaker does 40 damage for 1 fighting energy, and you can discard a stadium card in play. And then Giganto Tusk for 3 fighting energy does 250 damage, and the Pokemon does 50 damage to itself. You know, how are we getting 3 fighting energy onto this thing? 250 damage is decent. It's kind of just a beat stick, right? It's a fighting type beat stick. This card is kind of just a fighting type. I need a drink of water. This card is all right. It's kind of just a fighting type beat stick. A big fighting type beat stick. And if you ever need a big basic fighting type beat stick in your deck, then Great Tusk EX may very well be your guy. But its attack costs are a little bit prohibitive since it requires all fighting energy. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about this guy. Dang it, bro. You know, Great Tusk EX can get powered up by Koraidon EX, though. Koraidon EX is a fighting type Pokemon with 230 hit points. It's got the ability Dino Cry, which reads, once during your turn, you may attach up to 2 basic fighting energy cards from your discard pile to your basic fighting Pokemon in any way you like. And if you use this ability, your turn ends. That's obviously incredibly strong if you happen to be going first. If you're going second, yeah, you know, it's not quite as strong because you have to end your turn and then your opponent can just chase down whatever energy you accelerated into play. So I think it's okay. It could be a great way for fighting type Pokemon to get extra energy into play, but I'm already worried about the potential of fighting type Pokemon in our upcoming standard format, since Mew VMAX is going to be all over the place and I think doesn't lose anything substantial with rotation. And as we can see, Koraidon EX is big weak to Psychic. It's got the Wild Impact attack for 2 fighting and a colorless energy, does 220 damage, and just like many basic Pokemon before it that do about 220 damage, during your next turn, this Pokemon cannot attack. So, Koraidon EX, we got Great Tusk EX, both weak to Psychic. It's a strong ability, Dino Cry being able to place energy anywhere you want on your board, but I'm curious to see how popular fighting type decks are. I guess if lightning type decks really see an increase in play, then we're going to definitely see some fighting type decks pop up. And Koraidon EX is certainly a big boost for fighting type Pokemon everywhere, being able to just get extra energy into play. We do have to worry about, of course, Gardevoir, though. Gardevoir EX, probably the strongest card from these sets, does hit both of these guys for weakness. So that's tough. New Muck. Muck has 140 hit points and the Poison Sacs ability, which reads, the special condition poisoned is not removed when your opponent's Pokemon evolve or devolve. So if you're playing a funny poison deck, then Muck could very well make your funny poison deck even more funny. Seviper, no swiping. Seviper is a basic Pokemon with 120 HP. It's got the Spit Poison attack. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned. And then Venoshock for darkness and 2 colorless energy does 60 damage. And if your opponent's active Pokemon is poisoned, it does 100. Dang. Can't take a drink of water. I have to burp. It's just the way it is. Seviper is a pretty decent basic non-rule box attacker. It's got the Venoshock attack for a darkness and 2 colorless energy. Does 60 damage plus 120 more damage if your opponent's active Pokemon is poisoned. So if you happen to be playing that funny haha poison deck that I was just talking about, maybe in Gym Leader Challenge or something, then Seviper is a pretty decent attacker, being able to do nearly 200 damage. And then Spit Poison for 1 darkness energy just poisons the defending Pokemon. So if you want to make a poisoned themed deck, Seviper, might be able to help you out. Toxicroak EX. Now, Toxicroak is the king of poison. So if you like poisoning your opponent's Pokemon, Toxicroak probably going to be that Pokemon for doing so. It's got 250 HP and the Nasty Plot attack, which allows you to search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them into your hand. You know what? Nasty Plot has been printed on a lot of Pokemon cards over the years, and it always seems good. But do you know how many times I have ever used Nasty Plot in a game of Pokemon cards? In the 11 years I've been playing, do you know how many times I've used Nasty Plot? 0! It's because the game is way too fast for attacks like this. Always has been. It does have the Toxic Ripper attack, though, for a darkness and 2 colorless energy, which does 120 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is poisoned, but you place 6 damage counters instead of 1 on that Pokemon between turns. So a potential 180 damage, and then if that Pokemon doesn't switch or heal, you're talking 240. Y'all remember Toxtricity? Toxtricity, VMAX. I'm getting big Toxtricity VMAX vibes from this card. Toxtricity VMAX, you know, could do 240 damage if your opponent's active Pokemon was poisoned, but yeah, there was a lot required in order to get that Pokemon poisoned, and then you weren't really necessarily doing enough damage after the fact. Toxicroak kind of feels similar. You're only doing 180 damage after the poison. If your opponent switches out of it, then that's only 180 damage for 3 energy. I mean, come on. We're talking about a game where basic Pokemon, if we take a look at the basic Pokemon printed, right? I'm all about the chilling out of power creep 100%, but like you can't look at that card and tell me that that card's any good, right? Because at the beginning of the Sword and Shield block, this was the first card we got revealed. If you're attacking for 3 energy, you're doing 230 damage, and that was, 3 years ago. And now, on a stage 1 for 3 energy, doing 180 damage, it's just not as good. So, Toxicroak, unfortunately, is just not very good. Now, King Gambit. I love this card. King Gambit has 170 hit points, a great amount of HP for a stage 2 Pokemon, and the ability Generalship, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is in play, the attacks of your basic Pokemon do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. As I said before, in standard format, up until this point in recent memory, stage 2 Pokemon like King Gambit have not seen play. The only stage 2 Pokemon in recent memory that have seen play are Inteleon and Decidueye. Decidueye had an ability that made it so that it couldn't be damaged by Pokemon V, which made it a successful wall strategy, so it was worth setting up. And Inteleon is a completely broken card that gets you whatever you want out of your deck when you evolve it. So, stage 2 Pokemon like this haven't really seen a lot of play. But maybe as the format starts to slow down, we'll see more supporting role Pokemon like King Gambit with their abilities that help buff your other Pokemon. So in standard formats, you can boost the damage output of your basic Pokemon. Fixing math is always good. And when combined with some other damage boosters, you might be able to hit some numbers that you couldn't previously hit. But, all right, I got some people in the chat talking to me about, well, what about Archeops? Bro, that doesn't even count as a stage 2 Pokemon. You realize you just plop that thing onto the... It doesn't count, all right? It doesn't count. Unless you're evolving twice, it doesn't count, all right? Yeah, well, what about Beedrill? Yeah, single strike, all right, Mustard to get the Beedrill in play. They don't count, okay? They don't count. Archeops and Beedrill don't count. You're not evolving them into play, okay? They don't count. I'm talking about natural evolution. Don't well Archeops me, all right? Don't well Archeops me. All right, Ludicolo did have... There was a minute where Ludicolo did see some play. A brief minute, but then I would argue that it only was able to see play in combination with Inteleon, right? There was a There was a brief minute there. But what I'm saying is cards like King Gambit, I mean, like, we have a card like this that exists right now. Right? Not that. Sorry, Embor, not you. This one is like literally the same thing. Your single strike Pokemon's attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. But like this card doesn't see any play. But King Gambit is cool. And you could set it up in Gym Leader Challenge format, which is, you know, when cards aren't good enough for standard format, it's always the next place to look. Gym Leader Challenge format, King Gambit has interesting implications because you can power up Guzzlord with its Red Banquet attack to do 150 damage. And with the Muscle Band, your Guzzlord can do 170 damage. And King Gambit also has a double colorless in its attack cost. So if you're feeling frisky and you want to get in there with King Gambit, then you can easily attack with King Gambit, since both King Gambit and Guzzlord have double colorless in their attack costs. So you're already going to want to play double colorless and twin energy in your darkness type deck. So I think King Gambit has potential when paired with Guzzlord and when paired with darkness type Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge in general. If you look at a card like Hoopa from Darkness Ablaze, which does 120 damage after King Gambit's boost with Assault Gate, that's pretty good. It's a big upgrade from 90 damage. You look at a card like this Hoopa from Unified Minds with the Evil Admonition attack, and it does a lot more damage after the King Gambit bump. So I do like this King Gambit for Gym Leader Challenge. I think it's got pretty interesting potential in darkness type decks. In standard format, the verdict's still out on standard format. You got to keep in mind, in standard format, there's Sableye running around, right? This card just feasts on little Pokemon. Like, you try to evolve a Pokemon into play, you're probably just going to get it lost mine. But there is an interesting counter to the Lost Box engine, which exists in this set, which we will be getting to shortly. All right. Woohoo! Let's go, baby! This card is my favorite card from Scarlet and Violet EX. Man, oh man, I didn't know that metal Pokemon had it in them like this. This thing's crazy. Revaroom, 140 HP. It's got the Rumbling Engine ability, which reads, you must discard an energy from your hand in order to use this ability. Once during your turn, you may... Dang, I'm burping again. All right. It's got the Rumbling Engine ability, which reads, you must discard an energy from your hand in order to use this ability. Once during your turn, you may draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. Now, obviously, this card is going to be getting comparisons to Bibarel in standard formats. Now, obviously, Revaroom is going to be getting comparisons to Bibarel in standard formats. Bibarel's Industrious Incisors ability fills your hand to 5 and doesn't have a condition. Reverum has to discard an energy from the hand and fills to 6. It's also got more HP than Bibarel has. They both have a retreat cost of 2. So, where does Reverum fit into standard format? As a support Pokemon, I think that Reverum is explicitly worse than Bibarel in standard formats. And let me tell you why. Because the whole point of setting up a Pokemon to help you draw cards is that it can draw you out of a dead hand. And the condition on Reverum makes it a card that doesn't help you draw cards. It just doesn't help you draw cards in some situations because you have to discard an energy from your hand in order to use it. So I think that if you're setting up a stage 1 Pokemon with the explicit intent of drawing extra cards, then Bibarel is better. Let me paint this picture for you, right? Say you get Rock Sand to 2 cards and none of those cards are a basic energy or none of those cards are an energy. Reverum can't save you from that, but Bibarel can, right? If you have Ultra Ball in your opening hand, but say you only have Ultra Ball and 2 other cards in your hand, if you Ultra Ball your hand down to 0, you can't use Rumbling Engine. You can't Ultra Ball away your entire hand to go use Rumbling Engine for a draw of 6. And that's really not great, right? That's not great when you need to get bailed out of a hand. Being able to Ultra Ball the remaining cards in your hand away to go draw cards is exactly what you're going to need to do. So what I'm saying is that the energy condition on Rumbling Engine is too prohibitive in my mind to allow this card to see play over Bibarel in standard formats. If you're making the argument that I'm going to play Reverum in a deck that I want to get energy into the discard pile with, well, then why don't you play Radiant Greninja to put energy into the discard pile? Or why don't you play Ultra Ball to put energy into the discard pile? Gardevoir EX already has Kirlia, which can discard energy and draw cards to get energy into the discard pile. So I don't know that the energy discarding requirement of Reverum is going to be enough to warrant the downsides of playing Reverum over other consistency engines in standard format. And I think that's fine. Because the reason why Reverum is an awesome card is not because of standard format. It's because of Gym Leader Challenge. And this is the first Metal type consistency card that Metal type Pokemon have had like ever. This is the best consistency card ever printed on. This is the best consistency ability ever printed on a Metal type Pokemon. This is huge. And this is one of the reasons why Gym Leader Challenge is so fun. Because in Gym Leader Challenge format, there is more variety in the cards that see play because a Metal type deck can't just go and play Bibarel. But in standard format, you're better off playing Bibarel, or you're better off playing Kirlia, or you're better off playing any of these other cards, and the less good cards just get weeded out instantly. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, you have to do a little bit of working with what you're given. And Metal has a lot of strengths in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's one of my favorite decks to play. But one of the few things that Metal type Pokemon did not have is adequate draw support. Do you want to see the best metal type draw supports that we have in Gym Leader Challenge format? It's just these guys. That's it. Yeah, these are the best. You either got Dreamy Revelation Jirachi, which is the one that I play, or you've got Stellar Wish Jirachi. That's the best support that metal type Pokemon have with abilities. And these cards really just select cards from the top of your deck. They don't actually draw you cards. So Reverum drawing cards is a game changer for metal type Gym Leader Challenge decks. It completely, fundamentally changes metal type Pokemon's potential. And there are a lot of implications of Reverum for Gym Leader Challenge format. First of all, you've got Mount's Cornets. Mount's Coronet is a stadium card from Ultra Prism, which allows you to put 2 Metal Energy cards from your discard pile into your hand once during your turn. With Mount Coronet, you can always make sure that you have the Metal Energy in your hand so that you can continue drawing cards with Reverum. We've also got Training Courts. Training Court is essentially another great energy recovery card, which can allow you to continue drawing with Reverum throughout the game and could also be useful. Now, getting Metal Energy into the discard pile is a great thing because metal type decks have Bronzong from Phantom Forces with the Metal Links ability, which allows you to attach Metal Energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon once during your turn. So Reverum combos perfectly with Bronzong, putting those Metal Energy in the discard pile so that then you can charge those energy back into play later. So Reverum's going to completely change the face of metal type Gym Leader Challenge decks. It's going to make Bronzong better. It's going to make the whole archetype better. And I think it's going to allow different kinds of metal type decks see success that haven't quite seen success lately. If we think about the Magnezone that accelerates extra energy into play, one of the things holding back the Magnetic Circuit Magnezone in Gym Leader Challenge format is that metal type decks couldn't quite draw enough cards to fully utilize the Magnetic Circuit ability. But with Reverum, vroom vroom, baby, you can draw through your whole deck and easily power up Pokemon in play with Magnetic Circuit. So I am thrilled about Reverum. It's my favorite card revealed from the Scarlet and Violet EX sets. It's the card that I'm most excited to play with in my Metal type Gym Leader Challenge deck, which is already one of my favorite decks to play. If you want to learn more about Gym Leader Challenge format, make sure to head over to gymleaderchallenge.com and you can check out all of the getting started guides to see what's Pokemon are out there for your favorite type. But yeah, Reverum, fantastic. Couldn't be more thrilled. This is amazing. Do you see how, like, Gym Leader Challenge it makes set reveals so much more fun. Because, like, otherwise we would just be like, not as good as Bibarel. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it would be otherwise. Like, not as good. Keep it pushing. So it's like, man, I mean, really, it just makes, without Gym Leader Challenge, this set is just Nest Ball and Guardy. That's facts. But yeah, it literally like doubles up the amount of content we get out of any set. Maybe triples, which is, it's fun. I don't know. Okay, what do we got? Staraptor. I know, Birdkeeper Matthew. Where are you at, Birdkeeper Matthew? You like that Staraptor? There's a local and regular in the Discord who likes building Gym Leader Challenge decks with birds. That's the... It's a literal... Oh my god, I just noticed. Reverum is a literal draw engine. Get it? It's a draw engine. I can't believe it's a draw engine. Oh man, the first of its kind. That's crazy. This thing poisons? A metal Pokemon that poisons? This is crazy. Is this thing half poison type? Is it really? It's metal poison? Steel poison? Sorry, I've never heard of steel type. Never heard of steel type Pokemon. Metal type Pokemon. I've heard of metal. Never heard of steel. Yeah. Sorry. Fairy's worst nightmare, true. It's not steel. There's no such thing as steel Pokemon. Just like there's no such thing as electric Pokemon. These types don't exist and they can't hurt me. I've heard of poison types because that's just something that VGC nerds talk about. Yes. Uh-huh. All right, so he does 180 for 3. It's pretty vanilla. La chonky chonk. Look at them pigs. You done good, pig. That'll do, pig. Oinkalone EX evolves from the fan favorite Lechonk. Look at these beautiful chonkers. Love it. Oinkalone has 260 HP and 2 attacks. Fragrance Fury for 1 colorless energy does 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So if they have 5 benched Pokemon, then you're going to be doing, 160 damage for 1 colorless energy. And then Heavy Stamp, 210 damage. Flip a coin if heads. This Pokemon can't attack during your next turn. Man, Pokemon loves that drawback. That's crazy. So yeah, pretty vanilla attacker, vanilla damage output. Just about as vanilla as it gets. Nothing really to write home about here. And now we've got some items. Pal Pads getting reprinted, baby. It's a nice Pal Pad artwork. Who doesn't love Pal Pad? Recovering supporter cards from your discard pile, putting them back into your deck. It's great. Nest Ball also getting a reprint. If you played during the Sun and Moon era, then you know exactly how busted Nest Ball is as a card. Expect decks to play Nest Ball all the time. Yeah, because Nest Ball is just that card. It's great. It puts basic Pokemon straight from your deck onto your bench. It never goes to your hand, though, so you can't activate abilities like Lumineon, Luminion, 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 it is a free-to-play item card that gets you a basic Pokemon from the deck to the bench. So a very strong card. Rock Chestplate is a tool card, no longer an item card. Notice, tool cards are no longer item cards. This is a new update with Scarlet and Violet EX. No more items. They are just tools. Got it? Good. This is going to be, fine. It's totally fine. We've got 10 years of tools that are items, and now they're all errata, but it's fine. It's fine. The fighting Pokemon that this card is attached to takes 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. That's pretty sick. So, could make your fighting type Pokemon beefy. Dig that. EXP share has been around for a long, long time, and it's always been incredibly mid. And now it's probably going to continue being incredibly mid. Yup. Sorry, EXP share lovers. This card is mid. Always has been, always always will be. Defiant Band is a new Pokemon tool card that reads, if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, the attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. I love cards like this that play with the prize race. If you're losing, this makes it so that your Pokemon do 30 more damage. I think that this is just a great designed card and will introduce a lot of skill and decision making into the Pokemon TCG. I'm pretty sure it's a Solid Rage reprint. Yeah. In essence, it's a kind of spiritual successor to Solid Rage, which did the same thing, but 20 more damage instead of 30. This card was printed all the way back in 2005. So, in 2023, same thing, but does 30 more damage instead of 20 because, Pokemon, they got more HP now. Jock is a supporter card that allows you to search your deck for up to 2 evolution Pokemon and put them into your hand. I don't like supporter cards that can be easily replicated by item cards on principle. So I'll pretty much never play a Jock in my deck because you can just play Ultra Ball. Team Star Grunt is a supporter card that places an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon on top of their deck. I hate this. Team Star is soft. When I remove an energy from my opponent's Pokemon, I want to put it in the discard pile, all right? Back in my day, anyways, why am I going to remove the energy if it's just going to go right back on top of their deck? What's the point? I feel like the entire point is to put the energy into the discard pile, not somewhere where they can just get it next turn easily. All right, and then we got Professor's Research. Cool. Love Professor's Research. When I see people complaining that they wish Professor's Research would no longer be printed, I get life off of their tears. It's like a life-giving substance. Who cares? You know how long Discard Draw 7 has been in the Pokemon trading card game? Do you know how long? I do not care, bro. Discard Draw 7 is something that's just part of the Pokemon trading card game. Always has been, always will be. Don't care. Get over it, okay? If you don't like Discard Draw 7, you might not like the Pokemon trading card game. That's just how it is. Penny is a new supporter card that returns one of your basic Pokemon in play and all cards attached to it into your hand. It's like Acerola for basics. That's pretty cool. It heals your basic as a supporter card. We've seen cards like this see success previously. Sharon's Care is a great card for healing your colorless Pokemon. AZ is a supporter card that's seen play in expanded format for picking up your big Pokemon. And Acerola is a supporter card that is seen play for healing and picking up damaged Pokemon. Penny only picks up basic Pokemon, but it doesn't have any other qualifier. The Pokemon doesn't have to be damaged, and it puts all of the cards attached to it into your hand. So I think that Penny will certainly find some uses in the Pokemon TCG. Big basic decks that, wants to heal could utilize Penny. And Penny can allow you to reuse cards like Lumineon V if you want to use its Lumineon, if you want to use its Luminous Sign ability after you've already used it once. It can also remove liabilities like Lumineon V from your bench. So this is a pretty cool card, and I do expect it to see some play. Beach Court. Beach Court is a new stadium card that makes it so the retreat cost of each player's basic Pokemon is one colorless less. And I absolutely love this. What's the other card? It's not Skyfield. What is it? It's just like this other thing that I saw once years ago. What is it? It's just like that one card that we used to play. Sky Arrow. Thank you. This card is good, and I know it is, because this card was good way back in the day. Wow. Next Destinies. This was right when I started playing the Pokemon trading card game. It's the same thing. Sky Arrow Bridge makes it so your basic Pokemon had one colorless less retreat cost, and Beach Court does exactly that. In decks that want to be able to easily pivot single retreat Pokemon in and out of the active spots, Beach Court will be a godsend. I mean, just think about Comfeys having free retreat, or Mew from Celebrations being able to retreat for free back and forth between each other. This is a very strong stadium card for decks that want to be able to pivot Pokemon in and out of the active spot. All right. We did the Scarlet EX translations. I got to take a quick potty break. When I get back, we're going to continue with the Violet EX translations. We'll be right back. Thank you for being here. Hang tight. The cost of staying hydrated. Terrible. What's the point? We back. Thank you guys for the patience. Let's do this thing. Now we are going to be opening 4 booster boxes of Scarlet EX and 4 booster boxes of Violet EX in about a week and a half. So I'm very thrilled about that. I'm going to give away a bunch of our extras. Thank you, Maddie G, for that sub in the 22 months. Very excited. And then as soon as we do that opening, we are going to be doing some tabletop content. So, Jesse, hopefully you are ready to show off some post-rotation Scarlet and Violet decks. Should be a great time. Thank you, Wilshif, for the sub in the 13 months. In about a week and a half, we'll have those Scarlet and Violet cards. And as soon as we get the Scarlet and Violet cards here in my hands, then we will open them and play with them, show them off, create content. It'll be a great time. I'm thrilled. I can't wait. Oh, yeah, we're doing post-rotation, for sure. There's no point in doing Scarlet and Violet with, like, the pre-rotation cards. So, as soon as I get Scarlet, all of our Scarlet and Violet content will be post-rotation. There's not a single pre-rotation tournament, is there? For Scarlet and Violet. I think it's EUIC, I think, is the first one with Scarlet and Violet legal, and it's post-rotation. I'm pretty sure they timed those up, right? So, yeah. There will be no tournaments that overlap, at least any that, I'm going to be attending. Okay. Yeah. So all of our content will reflect rotation, of course. Right. Of course. And we're going to start that content in about a week and a half. So that's very exciting. Thrilled about that. Got about 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, 2 weeks on the ladder. Rotation and paper is the day before UIC. 2 extra weeks on the ladder. So you're telling me there's going to be a time where rotation is not legal on the online clients? Oh my God, I hate that. Oh, that's such a buzzkill. That's always, I forgot about that. Oh, they rotate early. Oh my God, that's so great. Okay, great. All right. Thank God. All right, so rotation's 2 weeks early. Oh, that's fun. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Love to hear that. And then we've got Crown Zenith showing up next week. I believe we'll be doing our Crown Zenith opening. Thank you, Blackadder, for that sub in the 7 months. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Thank you guys for the love. And hopefully you're all having a wonderful start to your new year. I really appreciate it. We're going to be doing our Crown Zenith opening here on the channel next Thursday, I believe, at 9 a.m. sharp. We've got the embargo dates. We're getting some free product from courtesy of the Pokemon Company International. So very thankful for that. And we'll be showing that off on Thursday. And then next Friday, a week from today, Scarlet and Violet EX release in Japan. And my packages that I have pre-ordered, my 4 Scarlet EX and my 4 Violet EX booster boxes, will be en route to Tricky Jim Studios. And hopefully we get them I'm hoping that we get them by Wednesday. So like an exact week and a half. So if the set releases on the 20th, then I'm hoping we get them on like the 25th. Yeah. That's going to be my estimation for the opening. And then it would be like hit the ground running with Scarlet EX and Violet EX content like as soon as those cards get our hands. Because honestly, I'm tired of doing pre-rotation Silver Tempest content. Like, big tired. Yup. Once I'm done with this Ho-Oh Dialga deck, I don't know if I've got another creative ounce in me for this old format. Like, yeah. I got this Dialga Ho-Oh deck. and then it's all Scarlet and Violet. Ho-Oh Alchemy? Is that what just the tail end of this standard format is? Just pure Ho-Oh memes? Be kind of sick. Trying to make Ho-Oh work. That's what all formats just end in, trying to make Ho-Oh work, don't they? Yeah, Radiant Eternatus is gonna... Radiant Eternatus is like the oasis in the middle of the desert. Content right now is like a giant desert, and Radiant Eternatus is going to be like the smallest drop of water. Water, Sandy, I need it. Yeah, so... Yeah. If there was ever a time to cash in and do my Raid Shadow Legends stream, which people, they stay hitting me up, bro. But we can't do that. They are offering the bag. Can't take the bag. Can't do it. All right, let's keep it pushing. We're on to Violet EX. Violet EX translations. Which set are you guys more excited for? Scarlet EX or Violet EX? I mean, we're getting them both together in our singular Scarlet and Violet set internationally, but Japan has two different sets, Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet had Koraidon, Violet's got Miraidon. Let's see what Did I say that right? Scarlet had Koraidon, Violet has Miraidon. Let's see what Violet EX has in store for us. Let's see, Heracross. Nope. I know you guys have been waiting forever for the optimal Scatterbug and Spupa. That's right. If you're going to play a Pavilion, there is no better Scatterbug or Spupa than these two right here. They have the adaptive evolution abilities, which read that they can be evolved on the first turn and on the turn they come into play, which essentially means that you can get Pavilion in play on turn 1. Now, this Pavilion doesn't seem super great. It's got the Miracle Powder attack. It's got the Miracle Power attack. For 1 grass energy, does 50 damage. Flip a coin. If heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now affected by any special condition you want. Probably paralysis, as that's the best one. And then Bug Buzz for a grass and a colorless energy does 110 damage. How do you spell Vivillon? Vivillon? It's not Vivillon? It's Vivillon? Man, I've been reading this wrong the entire time. My reading comprehension skills are extremely low. Okay. I always thought it was Vivillon, but now that I'm looking at it, it might be Vivillon. How do you say this? It's Vivian? The double L is a y sound. All right. Vivian. Vivian? Vivian. Vivian. Like Vivian? Man, I was sounding crazy calling it Vivillon. Vivian. All right. Yeah. Man, I've been mispronouncing this. It's definitely not Vivillon, which is what I've been, it's definitely not Vivillon. All right. We're going to call it Vivian. All right. Vivian. This Vivian, this feels so wrong. This Vivian is not very good. So let's take a look at all of the other Vivians that have ever been printed, since now we have the ability to get them into play on the first turn of the game. This one puts the opponent asleep or poisoned. Okay. Which is not very good. Energy color. Once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, search your deck for a basic energy card and attach it to one of your Pokemon. That's kind of cool. It's kind of silly, but also kind of cool, I guess, right? There's this one, which makes your opponent's active Pokemon asleep and poisoned. And then there's this one, which heals all damage from 2 of your bench Pokemon. All right, I don't think that there's any great Vivians. Vivillon. Oh, I'm having a terrible time. Vivians. I don't think there's any great Vivians to take advantage of Spupa and Scatterbug's broken adaptive evolution abilities. However, from now on, I'm on Vivian. Dang it! I'm on Vivillon watch, all right? I'm going to keep my eye out for all the busted Vivillons. And when they print one, these will be the Scatterbugs and the Spupas that you ought to play. Tarantula. Spidops EX. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like this guy. He's creepy and makes me feel funny. I don't like him. He makes me feel uncomfortable. Pretty much anytime I see this Pokemon, it makes me uncomfortable. It's got the ability Trap Territory, which reads your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost is 1 colorless more. And then it's got the attack Spidops EX is a grass type Pokemon EX with 260 hit points, and the ability Trap Territory, which reads your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost is 1 colorless more. It's got the Wire Hang attack for a grass and a colorless energy, which does 90 damage, plus 30 more damage for each energy in your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. So if the defending Pokemon has a retreat cost of 2, then the Trap Territory ability makes it a retreat cost of 3, which means that your Wire Hang attack is doing 180 damage for a grass and a colorless energy. Gallermine has to rotate, right? That card's been around for way too long. Yep. Gallermine is rotating, so there's not a lot of great ways to increase your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. Aims, this guy doesn't have a lot of HP. I don't think that this card is very good. Extremely mid. It stacks. Okay. No, it definitely is still mid. Yep, still mid. Don't care. See, this is why Pokemon cards are the best. Because this Pokemon card makes me feel like Toedscruel is actually a pretty cool Pokemon. I'm not going to lie. When I first saw Toedscruel in Scarlet and Violet, I was definitely a hater. This design here isn't really inspiring me in any kind of way. And the environment that you saw him in, it didn't really pique my imagination at all. It just kind of felt like an awkward walking Tentacruel. But when you see Toedscruel presented like this, you know, with some beautiful artwork and a really imaginative environment, I feel like this Pokemon is really coming to life on this card. I absolutely love it. And this card single-handedly is making me reconsider everything that I thought I knew about Toedscruel because of how awesome it looks. Love this. Absolutely love it. Toedscruel has 120 hit points and the Ominous Tentacles attack for 1 grass energy. You can choose an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon and move it to one of their bench Pokemon. A Trickster! We do a little trolling. And then Triple Smash for a grass and 2 colorless. Flip 3 coins. Does 80 damage times the number of heads. Not very good, but I do love that artwork. Scovillian, everybody's favorite fire grass Pokemon, has 110 hit points and 2 attacks. Hot Bite, 20 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned. And then Super Hot Yeehaw for a grass and 2 colorless energy. Does 90 damage, and if this Pokemon has any fire energy attached to it, does 90 more damage. So 180 damage for 3 if you have a fire energy attached. This Growlithe has the Stoke attack, which is really good for a colorless energy. Allows you to search your deck for up to 2 basic fire energy cards and attach them to this Pokemon. Perfect for powering up Arcanine. Arcanine EX has 280 hit points and has the Terrestrial Phenomenon, which makes it so that it doesn't take any damage from attacks while on the bench. It's got 2 attacks. Raging Claws for 2 fire energy does 30 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So if your opponent happens to swing into you for 260 damage or whatever, then you're going to be able to swing back for massive numbers. And then Bright Flame does 250 damage, and you have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. Seems like a very vanilla attacker. All of these Pokemon EX that we've seen so far, pretty much outside of Gardevoir EX, have been extremely vanilla attackers. Kind of just setting the power level, I think, for things to come out of Pokemon EX. And as I said previously, I'm okay with that. I think that the Pokemon trading card game needed a huge power reset. I think that everything that's been released since Team Up, Tag Team Pokemon, Pokemon VMAX, Pokemon V-Star have all been incredibly overpowered, and that in order for the game to get more interesting again, the power level had to be hard reset. So this is part of that, and I definitely am not complaining. Houndoom, 150 damage. Slowpoke, Slowbro, where are my Poke historians at? This Slowbro is pretty cool. It's got 100 HP and is very similar to the original Slowbro card from the Fossil set. Slowbro from Fossil only had 60 HP and the Strange Behavior Pokemon power, which allowed you to move a damage counter from one of your Pokemon to Slowbro as often as you like during your turn, so long as you don't knock out Slowbro. This Slowbro reads as often as you like during your turn, you may move a damage counter from one of your Pokemon to this Pokemon. So no, you can't knock out Slowbro clause. So you could potentially heal 90 damage from a Pokemon every turn with Slowbro, but then in order to do it back-to-back turns, you would need to heal all of the damage from your Slowbro. In standard format, being able to heal 90 damage from a Pokemon one time is not really that impactful. I mean, we're talking about a format where you're taking huge one-hit KOs every single turn. So in standard format, I don't think this card will be as impactful. But in a format like Gym Leader Challenge, where knockouts can sometimes be more difficult to take, and setting up a board position with multiple evolutions is not a strange thing to do, I think this Slowbro could have some potential when combined with Wailord. When combined with Wailord and its jumbo-sized ability, you have a Pokemon that's pretty difficult to knock out on your hands, since Slowbro can move damage counters off of your Wailord, and then something that's really cool is that you can split the damage between your Wailord and your Slowbro, and then you can heal with Rough Seas. Now, Rough Seas heals 30 damage from each of your water Pokemon in play. If you have 150 damage on your Wailord and you use Rough Seas, then you're only healing 30 damage. But if you have 150 damage on your Wailord and you move 90 of that damage to Slowbro, and then you use Rough Seas, then you're healing 60 damage, and then you can move more damage counters to Slowbro that same turn after you use Rough Seas, since you will have cleared off a few more spaces for those damage counters. Another cool trick you can do is heal... Oh, that was a mistake. Another cool trick you can do is move 9 damage counters off of a big tanky Pokemon and then play Max Potion to completely heal your Slowbro and then do it again. So this is a pretty cool card. In standard... In standard format, in order to really take advantage of Slowbro, you would need to set up multiple Slowbro, probably 2 to 3 Slowbros. With 2 to 3 Slowbro set up, you could move all of the damage counters from a big Pokemon VMAX, like Corviknight VMAX or something like that, to your Slowbros Is Cheryl rotating? No, right? Cool. In standard format, the way to get the best use out of Slowbro in standard format would be to set up multiple Slowbro all at once. So if you have 3 Slowbro in play, then you could heal 270 damage from a Pokemon during your turn, which is a very significant amount, and then play a supporter like Cheryl and then heal all of your Slowbros and do it again. So this is actually kind of, all right, we're cooking now. Maybe if you are able to set up a big Pokemon VMAX like Corviknight or something like that and keep it from getting knocked out, maybe Slowbro could be a viable option. I do like that. I think this card is very good. Could see play in standard format and Gym Leader Challenge format. And, yeah, make it very difficult to KO your big Pokemon that it's supporting. This guy, 180 hit point stage 1 Pokemon. It's got the sweeping tackle attack. Reduced by 20 for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Eee, no. Gnar. Magnezone EX with a whopping 330 hit points. Absolute insanity for a Pokemon that only gives up 2 prize cards. It's a stage 2 and has 2 attacks. Energy Crush for 1 lightning energy does 50 damage times the amount of energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon. And it's no mistake that they have Gardevoir EX and Magnezone EX in competing sets, right? Gardevoir EX in Scarlet EX and Magnezone EX in Violet EX. Gardevoir EX can accelerate a near infinite amount of energy into play, and Magnezone EX can't. And Magnezone EX can punish that with its Energy Crush attack. This is a very Pokemon thing for them to do. Now, how many Magnezone EX versus Gardevoir EX matchups are we ever going to see? I don't know, but they're definitely designed with each other in mind. If the opponent has 6 energy in play, Energy Crush is doing 300 damage. I mean, that's a ton of damage for just 1 basic lightning energy. If they have 4 energy in play, it's 200. Pretty decent damage output. But, of course, your opponent can play around it with some smart heads-up play, just making sure that they don't play into your Energy Crush too heavily. Pulse Launcher for 2 lightning energy does 220 damage and makes it so that Magnezone does 30 damage to itself. Pulse Launcher is great in case your opponent is trying to play around Energy Crush. You do have that solid vanilla 220 damage output to just put damage on the board. So all in all, I think this is a very strong card. 330 HP for a Pokemon that only gives up 2 prizes is nuts, okay? It's nuts. This is a big deal. And 220 damage for 2 lightning energy is very strong, as it allows you to knock out most Pokemon V for just 2 lightning energy. Of course, you are going to be hitting Lugia for weakness, but I don't really like to talk about Lugia having a lightning type weakness because it has access to Dunsparce, so it could just put Dunsparce in play and negate that weakness. But I digress. Anyways, Magnezone EX seems like a solid card. Little Pachirisu. Can't be paralyzed. Nimble little fella. It's got the group zap attack. 10 plus 20 more damage for each of your bench lightning Pokemon. Meh. Now, Junk Hunt. Anytime you see the words junk and hunt, you got to take a look. Because one of the most powerful recovery attacks of all time was named Junk Hunt. So anytime you see Junk Hunt, got to take a look. Now, this card was from 2012. Things were different back then. The pace of the game was slower. Getting item cards from the discard pile back to your hand was a viable strategy. It also got 2 item cards from your discard pile back to your hand. And this Rotom only gets 1. But retrieving item cards is very good. And since it is a colorless attack requirement, you could play this in any kind of control deck, right? Because whenever you're talking about recovering item cards from your discard pile into your hand, you're probably up to no good, all right? You're probably trying to do something nefarious on the board. You're probably trying to lock your opponent out of winning the game and discard all their resources or something. You're probably trying to do something evil. So, this is probably a good card for control decks in standard format, retrieving cards like Crushing Hammer or Palpad or things like that for just 1 colorless energy. It's also a card that could be very good in Gym Leader Challenge, because in Gym Leader Challenge, there is the potential to build a Shock Lock control deck that utilizes Raichu with its Evo Shock ability to keep the opponent paralyzed every single turn. So with Rotom, you can continuously search out De-Evolution Spray or Scoop Up Net to reuse Raichu every turn to keep your opponent's Pokemon paralyzed and eventually deck them out. So this little Rotom could definitely be a troublemaker. And then it's got Thunder Shock, which can paralyze on a flip. Toxtricity. It's got the Tear Off attack. Choose 2 cards from your opponent's hand without looking. Look at the cards, and your opponent shuffles them into their deck. Okay, more disruption. That's interesting. Getting to remove cards from your opponent's hand, certainly something you could be looking at if you're trying to execute a control strategy. But being a stage 1 is going to make this card, I guess, slightly less accessible. You could, if you're building some sort of Zoroark control deck, you could use Phantom Transformation to transform into Toxtricity and then use Tear Off. So I think this card is just good and viable in Zoroark control decks. You can do things like Roxanne your opponent to 2 cards and then Tear Off to completely remove their hand. So yeah, this card's actually pretty decent. For 2 colorless energy, being able to remove 2 cards from your opponent's hand is certainly a good game effect for a control player. Oh yeah, this little guy is nuts. However, I can't tell the difference between Palmy, Palmo, and Palmot. They are all the same. Anybody who thinks that these Pokemon are different is tripping. This is the same Pokemon. All of them, actually. There is no difference between these Pokemon, dude. The hair, barely. All right. New Palmot's line. Palmot is a pretty cool Stage 2 Pokemon. It's got 130 hit points, which is low for a Stage 2 Pokemon, but its attack is very strong. Electro Paw does 230 damage, and you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon, which is fine since this little dude has got free retreat. So you can do 230 damage, you discard all the energy, then you can easily pivot it back to your bench. It's also got the ability Charge Up, which allows you to search your deck for a basic lightning energy and attach it to this Pokemon, then shuffle your deck. The power level of this card is not strong enough to be played in standard format. I'm sorry to break that to you guys. However, in Gym Leader Challenge format, this thing could see play. You've got 2 Dynamotor Pokemon. You don't think so? You think that this thing's playable in standard? You think so? You think so? You really think so? How much copium? When was the last time you guys saw a Stage 2 Pokemon like this see play in standard? When was the last time you saw a card like this see play in standard? A Stage 2 with 130 hit points that attacks. Quit playing with me. That's right. Quit playing with me. At least 5 years. $230 damage isn't enough. Pokemon have 300 HP. Bro. All right. So here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing. Is that Pokemon that give up 2 prize cards. All right. Pokemon that give up 2 prize cards have 300 HP now. Pokemon that give up 2 prize cards, 300 HP. So if you are playing a Pokemon that gives up 1 prize card, in order to keep up with the Pokemon that gives up 2 prize cards, you have to be 2-hit KOing the Pokemon that give up 2 prize cards, and you have to be faster and more consistent. So in order to keep up with the deck, you have to be consistently 2-hit KOing, maybe with the potential to 1-hit KO eventually. And you have to be faster and more consistent. So let me ask you this. Is a Stage 2 Pokemon with 130 hit points faster and more consistent than a Stage 2 deck? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's just not. It's not, man. It's not. Okay? Never has been. Never will be. Rare Candy, the 2 prize Pokemon can Rare Candy too. Because if you think about it this way, okay? Decks that play two prize Pokemon only have to get out half as many Pokemon per game as decks that play single prize Pokemon, right? If you could play 8 Rare Candy in your deck, no, because then you'd just be opening Rare Candy in your deck all the time. Pokemon and Beer says, tricky YouTube video 7 months from now. This new Palma attack is shockingly good. True. No, Stage 2. The thing is that when all the Pokemon V-Stars and V-Maxes are gone, and all you have are Stage 2s, then the world changes. Sure. But for now, for now, you can just get 280 hit point Pokemon into play by doing almost nothing. So, like, anyways, this guy, okay, all right, I'll be fair. The charge up ability allows you to search your deck for a basic lightning energy and attach it to this Pokemon, then shuffle your deck. Getting energy into play is always good. In standard formats, however, Dynamotor on Flaffy is just better than Pawmot. Takes less deck space and takes less time to get into play and is less restricted since Pawmot has to accelerate energy onto itself and Dynamotor can accelerate energy anywhere. This card is just worse than Flaffy in standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, being able to do 230 damage is really significant since you're going to be one-hit KOing everything in Gym Leader Challenge format and taking a little bit of heavy lifting off of your Dynamotor Flaffy and Dynamotor Electric in Gym Leader Challenge formats with the charge up ability and allowing you to swing with ease. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It does have to evolve twice in order to get into play. This is one of those cards where if this was a stage 1, it would be broken in Gym Leader Challenge format and maybe even in standard. But as a stage 2 that only has 130 hit points, it feels pretty bad to have to go through all of that investment for a Pokemon that only has 130 hit points. This card desperately wants to be a stage 1, but it's not. So as a stage 2, maybe it sees some play in GLC, and I think in standard format, it's just outclassed by Flaffy with Dynamotor. Miraidon EX. This card is bananas. This card is the bee's knees. This card is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's got the tandem unit ability, which reads, once during your turn, you may search your deck for 2 basic lightning Pokemon and put them onto your bench. Then shuffle your deck. That is just a broken ability. It doesn't end your turn. None of that. It's just straight up good. Because you can chain it. You can tandem unit for a lightning Pokemon and another Miraidon. And then you can tandem unit again for 2 other lightning Pokemon. It's just nuts. One Miraidon EX sets up your whole deck. It's incredibly strong. And then its attack, Photon Blaster, does 220 damage, and during your next turn, this Pokemon cannot attack. That is a very popular drawback on attacks. Even in this set review video, how many times have we seen that drawback? It's insane. So, Miraidon EX is pretty busted and is going to increase the playability of lightning type decks. I mean, it's going to increase the consistency of cards like Magnezone EX. Being able to spam your Magnemites turn 1 is incredibly strong. This is just a very, very good card, and any deck that plays lightning Pokemon will want to have a Miraidon EX to help set up. Gnar. All right. Banette EX. You're a little troublemaker, aren't you? 250 HP. It's got the Eternal Darkness attack. For 1 psychic energy, does 30 damage, and your opponent can't play item cards from their hand during their next turn. We have seen how successful item lock can be in the Pokemon trading card game lately. I mean, item lock has a long and rich history of success in the Pokemon trading card game. I mean, there's a Dragonite that won a regional championships. You probably didn't even know that. You probably didn't even know that this card won a regionals. That's right, Ryan Sablehouse, back in the day. Probably didn't even know that, let alone Seismitoad EX. Okay, one of the most notorious Pokemon in the history of the Pokemon TCG. And then, of course, Vikavolt from Darkness Ablaze with the paralyzing bolt attack just won the San Diego Regional Championships and got second place at the Arlington, Texas Regional Championships. So, do not ever underestimate the power of stopping your opponent from playing item cards. It is very, very good. Banette can do that with just one Psychic Energy. However, it is a Stage 1 Pokemon. So unlike Vikavolt, you won't be able to, just making sure that this thing couldn't evolve on the first turn before I said it. All right. You won't be able to get a turn 1 Eternal Darkness going second. But the Banette is a powerful card. Otherwise, it's got the Poltergeist attack for a Psychic and a Colorless Energy, which allows you to look at your opponent's hand, and it does 60 damage for each trainer card in your opponent's hand, which is especially good after you've been item locking for some time. Since item cards are trainer cards, you'll likely have a bunch of items there that your opponents can't play, and then you can punish them with a big Poltergeist attack. 250 HP and a nice minus 30 resistance to fighting. Banette EX could certainly be a very impactful card. You just have to wait for the right moment, the right pairing, and then Banette EX has a lot of potential. Bloomgarten. Florges. That's a very nice Florges artwork. That's nice. Look at Florges just hanging out. I love that the tree and the foliage is kind of abstracted. I think that's like a really nice touch for this card. Sorry, I'm just getting all artsy farts, you know. But the abstraction looks nice. It looks cool. Look at that. You can like, it's nice. It definitely, it's a vibe, all right? It's got the ability Bloom Garden. As long as this Pokemon is in play, your opponent's there. It's got the ability Bloom Garden, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is in play, your Pokemon have no weakness. So, if you want to be like Lugia V-Star with Dunsparce and turn off your weakness, isn't that crazy? It's like colorless Pokemon have Dunsparce, which is a basic Pokemon that instantly turns off your colorless Pokemon's weakness. Everybody else, you got to set up a stage 2 Pokemon in order to accomplish the same thing. Life's not fair, man. It's not fair. But nobody ever said it was going to be fair. So if you want to turn off your weaknesses, Florges can do that at a cost. Getting a stage 2 Pokemon into play. Holy smokes, they went and said, you know what, Empoleon V go ahead and chuck this thing into the trash because we've got Klefki now with the ability Prank Lock, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, each player's basic Pokemon in play have no abilities other than Prank Lock. So, the implications. Your opponent's Comfies do not work if you've got Klefki in the active spot. That's a huge deal. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are a lot of decks in the Pokemon TCG that rely on Comfy. I mean, like, a lot. It's a significant portion of the Pokemon TCG. Now, if your opponent is trying to use Escape Rope or something to get around your Clefty, Escape Rope didn't rotate, did it? Escape. Thank you, Floopy, for that Prime sub. Battle Styles, we're chilling. Okay. Now, if your opponent tries to push your Klefki out of the active spot with a card like Escape Rope, you could just have a backup Klefki and promote that. And what's cool about Klefki as opposed to a terrible card like Empoleon V is that Klefki only gives up one prize card. So it's not this huge, gaudy liability on your board that's an absolute disaster to move in and out of the active spot. Klefki only has a retreat cost of 1, very easy to pivot in and out of the active. It only gives up 1 prize card. You can nest ball for a couple of Klefkis early, set them down, and then your opponent will have a really tough time setting up their deck if they're relying on Comfy. I love this. I think this is great. I think it's necessary for a card like this to exist in standard format because the Comfy engine with Sableye will just wreak havoc on any of these cool evolution cards that we try to set up, since Sableye will just lost mine and knock everything out very easily. So I think that Klefki is a great addition to the card pool and is going to make for some very interesting deck building decisions. Its attack stinks. 10 damage. Cool. Grievered. All right. Grievered has 80 hit points. No, it evolves into... That's right. All right. Houndstone, 140 hit point, stage 1 Pokemon. It's got the Grave Visit attack for 2 psychic energy. Does 80 damage plus 10 more damage for each psychic Pokemon in your discard pile. Yeah, it's asking for too much, honestly. I don't think that's very good. I'm going to be honest. Now, Annihilate. Oh, yeah, baby. Annihilate is such a cool Pokemon. Natalie, when I was playing Scarlet and Violet with my wife, Natalie, she loved Annihilate instantly. She was like, oh my God, he got so mad he died. Primeape got so mad that he died. That's literally what Annihilate is. Anytime you see Annihilate, just consider that fact. That Annihilate is just a Primeape that got so mad it died. This Annihilate is a really cool Pokemon for Gym Leader Challenge format. It has 140 hit points and 2 great attacks. Its first attack, Enraged Fist, does 70 damage for each prize card already taken by your opponent. So in Gym Leader Challenge format, since you're only trading 1 prize at a time, usually, this means that Enraged Fist is going to have multiple turns of being able to do over 200 damage, and 200 damage in Gym Leader Challenge format is a very significant amount of damage since you're going to be one-hit KOing just about everything in the format. If your opponent's only taking 2 prize cards, you're doing 140. 3 prize cards, you're doing 210. 4 prize cards, and you're up at 280. I mean, nothing is surviving a hit from this Annihilate after a couple of prize cards have been taken. I mean, really? The multiplier is so nuts that even in standard format, you're talking, if your opponent's taken 4 prize cards, 280 damage is pretty insane. And then if your opponent has taken 5 prize cards, you're doing 350 damage and 1-hit KOing anything. So this card has such a high top-end potential that it has some possibility of seeing play in standard format. However, I'll preface this again. Cards like this, Stage 2 Pokemon, have by and large not seen play in standard format for years. Now, maybe the format changes and slows down to a point where you can play a 1-0-1 Annihilate line, right? Maybe it will. Back in the day, like 2004, 2005, 2006, this kind of stuff used to see play all the time. You might just play 1 Mankey and 1 Annihilate and go Rare Candy Annihilate at the end of the game to win. That's a kind of thing that used to happen. It doesn't happen anymore in standard format. You don't just play 1-0-1 Stage 2 lines. That's not a thing anymore. It used to be a thing. Not anymore. The game is fundamentally changed. It's too fast. It's too aggressive. Not really a thing that has happened in the game in any way, shape, or form lately. So I'm not just being a hater, okay? Just a reality check. These kinds of Stage 2 Pokemon don't typically see play in standard format. However, I'm hopeful that maybe standard format starts to settle down into a place where cards like this get to shine. That would make me very happy. So, this card has a lot of top-end damage potential. It's certainly worth thinking about. And then Dynamic Punch, 170 damage for just 2 fighting energy. Great vanilla damage output. Definitely love that. Spiritomb. Yo! Any gamblers out there? Destruction Verdict. Flip 2 coins. If both of them are heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out. I think I just like Radiant Jirachi better, but you know? Mabastiff. 130 hit points on a Stage 2 Pokemon. This actually makes me... No, it's a Stage 1. Oops. 130 hit points on a... Is it Stage 1 or... Okay, I was going to say, I was getting thrown off here. It says Stage 2 here. Cool. Mabastiff is a 130 hit point Stage 1 Pokemon. It's got the Enraged Howling ability, which reads, once during your turn, you may switch your opponent's active Pokemon with one of their benched Pokemon. That's, holy smokes. That's just really good. Once during your turn, it's an Auto Gust? Wait. Once during your turn, you may switch your opponent's active Pokemon with one of their bench Pokemon. Your opponent... never mind. Opponent choose... I was going to say it's broken! It's broken! They choose. All right, never mind. I take it back. All right, okay, all right. Okay. Dang it. And then it has the Wild Tackle attack. So it's just a push card. It pushes your opponent's active Pokemon on the bench, and your opponent chooses the bench Pokemon to bring into the active spots. And then Wild Tackle does 160 damage for 2 dark and a colorless energy and 30 damage to itself. But you gotta admit, it's a very cool card. Bombardier has the Junk Transport attack for 1 colorless energy. Search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon tool cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. And then Clutch for a dark and a colorless does 60 damage, and your opponent's Pokemon cannot retreat next turn. Nah. Iron Treads EX has the triple laser attack for 3 colorless energy. It does 30 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. And I know you guys are here for the history lessons. You love the history lessons. I've been playing this game way too long. There's nothing new under the sun, folks. Registeel EX from what? Dragons Exalted? Yup. Had the same triple laser attack. Way back when, a decade ago. 2012. And guess what? 10 years ago, this attack was bad. So it's probably still bad today. And then, I hate to say it, but yeah, that card was not good 10 years ago. And it's probably still not good now. But, you know, you never know. You don't want to, you never say never. But, yeah. But we might be saying never. Cybernetic Wheel for 3 metal and a colorless energy does 160 damage, and you switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. That is a very expensive, holy moly, that is such an expensive attack to do 160 damage. And then, I mean, Great Tusk has 250 hit points. You only have 220? I knew I got the wrong game, bro. I knew I got the wrong game, man. I wish I had Great Tusk, man. Great Tusk is way better than you. Blissey has 150 hit points and the Nurse on Duty ability, which reads, once during your turn, you may heal all special conditions from your active Pokemon. This is an interesting card for healing special conditions. If special conditions end up being a thing and you don't want to have to play a bunch of switch cards, I mean, situationally, the Blissey could see play. Probably not, though, if we're being honest. Probably not. Squovit. This card is actually interesting. 60 hit points Squovit. It's a basic Pokemon with the Hidey Hole ability, which reads, once during your turn, you may shuffle your hand and then put those cards on the bottom of your deck without looking at them and draw one card. So, why would you ever do that? Well, if you are using Bibarel with its Industrious Incisors ability to fill your hand to 5, and your hand is clogged, then the Hidey Hole ability can allow you to put that clogged hand on the bottom of your deck and continue drawing cards. So that's kind of cool. It's like, honestly, it's like Claydol. That combined with not wrong Claydol. This is generally regarded as one of the strongest Pokemon powers or abilities ever printed in the history of the game. On a stage 1 Pokemon, imagine, once during your turn, you may choose up to 2 cards from your hand, put them on the bottom. Once during your turn, you may choose up to 2 cards from your hand and put them on the bottom of your deck in any order, and then fill your hand to 6. This is probably the strongest draw ability ever, right? It's not a one-off. You can use it turn after turn. Obviously, there are cards that can draw more cards in one turn, but Claydol, over the course of a game, no card is better equipped to help you draw through your deck than Claydol. Man, Claydol. What a good one. Now, Bibarel is a great draw card as well. It only fills your hand. Bibarel is a great draw card. It fills your hand to 5 cards once during your turn, but sometimes your hands can get clogged. And without Quick Ball, right, since Quick Ball is going to be rotating out of Standard, you're only going to have Ultra Ball to help really thin your hand down. So it's very possible that Bibarel decks get their hands clogged. And Squovit is like the anti-clog technology. It's like the Drano for your drain. You got too much hair and gunk in your drain and you need to, flush the pipes. Squovit is going to help you get those pipes moving just right with the hidey hole ability. Yeah, I love this, right? I think this is cool. Will every Bibarel deck play Squovit? Maybe not, but it seems kind of busted, honestly. I'm into it. I think Squovit is kind of dope. I'm not a hater. I'm going to keep my mind open to Squovit plays. Greedent. No, sorry, Greedent. You ain't it. Sorry, Mousehold fans. This card is not good. All right. 70 damage for each Mousehold in play. At most, it's 4. It has 70 hit points. I guess? All right, so if you have 4 in play, there's no way you ever have 4 in play. I mean, I guess it does 280. Because you have to evolve it from, I guess, all right, so with Zoroark, and you don't have twin energy, and it only has 70 hit points, keep it pushing. And double turbo makes it 260. Keep it pushing. Yeah. Yeah. Search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon cards and play them onto your bench. Where are you at, Birdkeeper Matthew? I know. Your birds, dude. Lots of birds. Every time I see a bird deck, I know, Birdkeeper Matthew in the Discord, his bird deck grows more powerful by the day. Birdkeeper Matthew is a Gym Leader Challenge player who just loves birds. Yes. Lately, he's been softening up, though. He's got bird-adjacent Pokemon in his bird deck. Like Tornadus. Like, Tornadus ain't a bird. Yeah. Lugia, right? Lugia is bird-like. All right, I give it. It's got wings. But there's some real true blue birds in this set that are... All right, Tornadus can be a bird. It's true. Cyclizar, draw 2 cards. All right, on to the trainers. Except for... Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was going to say except for tools, which there are trainers still. They're just not items. Got it. All right. On to the trainers. We've got Electricity Generator. And on to the next one. Can I even say that anymore? New item card, Electricity Generator. Allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You choose up to 2 basic lightning energy and attach them to your benched lightning Pokemon in any way you like. So, this is a pretty... Is it mid or is it good? I don't know. What do we think? Mid? It's like... It's gonna get played. Has to be, right? Yeah, you're gonna play 16 energy, baby. All right. Man. Electricity Generator got me feeling like it's the good old days all over again. Anybody? Electricity Generator got me feeling like it's the good old days all over again. Anybody who's been playing this game since the X and Y era, oh, we know all about Max Elixir. Max Elixir won games, it lost games, it made decks possible that wouldn't have otherwise been viable whatsoever. Max Elixir was an item card that allowed you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and attach a basic energy card you find there to a basic Pokemon on your bench. Now, Max Elixir was the general consensus with Max Elixir was that you needed to play at least 9 basic energy in your deck in order to hit a decent amount of your Max Elixirs. The more, the better. But decks usually would play between 9 and 12 basic energy in order to consistently hit Max Elixirs. Electricity Generator is an item card that allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck. But you choose up to 2 basic lightning energy cards that you find there and attach them to your benched lightning Pokemon in any way you like. So, very similar to Max Elixir. Max Elixir decks had to play at least 9 basic energy, but really liked 10 or 11 in order to hit Max Elixirs consistently. Electricity Generator, you're probably going to want to be up on like the 12 to 14 energy count in order to consistently hit lightning energy. But I can already sense it that Electricity Generator decks will play like 10. Because deck lists get so greedy so fast. I already know. With a card like this, it's like, how greedy can we get, right? Because you're talking about probabilities, you're talking about percentages. So, you're trying to maximize your chances of hitting the energy off of it, because if you are consistently missing your electricity generators, then you're not really maximizing the potential of your deck. But then obviously if you have too many basic energy in your deck, then you're missing out on other tech cards that you could be playing for specific matchups. So I think that this card is very powerful. Obviously, combined with Miraidon EX, you're going to be able to search your deck for basic lightning Pokemon, put them straight onto your bench, and then use Electricity Generator to accelerate energy onto them instantly. That's incredible. It's so good. You could attack with Miraidon EX for 220 damage on the first turn of the game going second. That's insane. It's very strong. I think that Electricity Generator has the potential to be a card that completely creates a new kind of lightning deck. It could shape the way that lightning decks are built going forward, because item-based energy acceleration is always good, pretty much always ideal, because you don't have to invest into having Pokemon on your board in order to start attacking. You can just draw into Electricity Generator, start swinging as soon as you get those energy into play. So I think that Electricity Generator, very good card, definitely going to change the way we look at lightning Pokemon going forward. Ultra Ball reprint. It's a nice looking Ultra Ball. I don't like that it's looking to the right. It's kind of messing with me. Am I tripping? All right, let's see. What portion of... Is it 50-50? This one's looking... It's looking really... It's almost profile. All right, this one's looking southeast. This one's looking northeast. This one's looking west. This one's looking northeast. This one's looking east. This one's looking west. Yeah. What do you guys like better? You like your Ultra Ball to look east or west? I'm just saying, there's a lot to talk about here, Jesse. All right? I can't look at a ball and not think about its position on the card. This is my curse, okay? I have an art degree. This is just how my brain works. The first thing I thought of when I saw this card was, why do I see so much of its underbelly, bro? That's just how my brain works. It's my curse. If I knew more about music, then maybe I wouldn't be able to hear a song without thinking about the way that the composition is formed, but I don't really know anything about music, so I just get to blissfully either enjoy and hate on music just with my own uneducated, opinions. But with art and composition, I know too much. All right, where do we think that this stands on the great Ultra Ball rankings? What's the best Ultra? It's got to be the worst one, right? This is the worst Ultra Ball for sure, right? It's because it's got too much white on it. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. The other ones, it's gross. It's gross how much underbelly we get. I feel like I'm looking at something I shouldn't be looking at. Like, why am I looking up his shirt, It's just like, yeah, he's just got it out there for the whole world to see. Like, have some shame. Too much underball. I agree. The Ultra Ball grunt. Oh! Is easily the worst. I think it's not even close. I'm so sorry to Yoshida. All right, did Yoshida do any of these other ones? Dang. Yoshida goes for one Ultra Ball artwork, and I'm sorry, Yoshida. I'm sorry. It's just too much underball. I'm sorry, Yoshida. I'm sorry. You got too much underball on your Ultra Ball, dude. Yeah. All right. Now if we look at the real balls. Not counting gold or secret rare, regular set artwork. All right, let's have a ball off. We're going to decide right here, right now, we're going to decide the best regular set Ultra Ball artwork right here. Okay? The best Ultra Ball. Is it Dark Explorers, which is the orange one? Is it Roaring Skies, which is the red one? Is it Sun and Moon, which is the gold one? We'll call it like gold. Brilliant Stars, which is red and blue. You guys know what the Brilliant Stars one is. Or is it the promo. The Ultra Ball League Cup promo. Okay, here we go. You guys have got 3 minutes to decide. The best. You can include the promo. Yeah, the promo counts, bro. Promo counts. Why does the promo not count? They all count. The new one? We just decided this one's the worst. This is the worst one. This one can't win. It's so bad. Dang, we got a lot of league promo stands here. Oh, there's the new one from Crown Zenith. That one would win by a lot. That's fine. Yeah, that one's too cool. That one would win by a lot. We're just talking. This is a close race between these. Okay? Yeah, this is real tight. Look at that. Yeah, say hi to mom and dad. Okay. The votes are coming in. The league promo is up by a lot right now with 36% of the votes. Brilliant Stars coming in at second place. The Brilliant Stars one is nice, but I don't like how the Brilliant Stars one is looking down. I like, nice. It's too downward, I think. I don't know. It's decent. All right. It's decent. It's decent. I think my personal opinion's Dark Explorers. Gotta say, I do like my Ultra Balls to face west. So I'm a big fan of the League Cup one and the Dark Explorers one. West-facing Ultra Balls. It's gotta be west-facing. Yeah, that's great. And then Dark Explorers, the least popular one? How could it possibly be? The least popular. That's fine. Nobody else understands. Look how glorious this Ultra Ball is. Notice how the underbelly of the ball is covered by the shine coming out of the ball. Notice here how the underbelly is just laid bare for everybody to see. Thank you, Pokebra, for the tier 1s for the 25 months. All right, and the league promo ball won that vote by a lot. 36% of the votes. Brilliant Stars, second place at 22%. I do think that most of us would agree that the new Ultra Ball coming out in Crown Zenith will probably be our favorite, though. That artwork is really cool. Definitely love that. Picnic Basket. This card is pretty good. It's an item card that heals 30 damage from all Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. So if spread decks become a thing in standard format, then this card could be a nice counter to spread decks if your opponent is trying to place damage counters all over your board and math you out. Being able to heal 30 damage from all your Pokemon in play is super good. Usually, you won't really care if you're healing 30 damage from all of your opponent's Pokemon too, because almost everything in this format one-hit KOs each other. So who cares? Unless you're playing against a deck that is trying to, outmath you with, with spread damage, in which case this card would be pretty devastating for a spread deck to come up against. I like this card a lot. I think it definitely has some viability in both Standard and Gym Leader Challenge. It's just going to be a matter of, is the meta right for it? You know, if the meta is right for it, then it's a fine card. All right, dude. It's got Rare Candy. This card's been around for a long time. A long, long time. This is the best Rare Candy artwork. By far, right? This is definitely the best one, right? What? You guys are tripping. There's that one crazy Heart Gold Soul Silver. That one's actually the best one. What's it called? Rare Candy. What's the promo one? Promo. Just never go to Google Images on stream, right? As a general rule. It's like from the Heart Gold Soul Silver era. You guys know what I'm talking about? What is it? What's it called, man? It's got a specific name. None of you guys know? I don't know, to be fair, but come on. One of you guys have got to know. It's a Japanese. Here it is. I found it. This is the best artwork by far. Reviving Legends. Let's see. Boom. This artwork's nuts. It's like a Japanese exclusive. Yeah, that's the best one. And it's got like the burnished edges from the comes in reverse too. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, look at that artwork. That's nuts. I gotta get me one of them. They're like, I don't even know where to find them. With the goods? Oh, that's sick. I've never heard them referred to as the goods. That's sick. Yeah, same thing as item. There we go. Cool. Yo, the goods. I gotta get me one of those for sure. Anyways, that's gonna be one of my tasks today is finding. Anyways, y'all seriously thought the Pogo one was the best one? Y'all are seriously tripping on that. There's one on eBay for $350. No, I got plenty of taste. This one's sick. It's nice. Rendered well. Background complements the color well. It's just nice. It pops. It's good. Red and blue and orange. Great colorway. This one's dope. You know, if you're feeling spooky, like Halloween. This one's sick. But honestly, yeah, this one actually kind of stinks. But it's dope, though. It's cool, but it kind of stinks. I'll be honest. Fine. I honestly think that this one is, like, my favorite. Just the colors are the best. Of course I care about these details. Yo, that's what's up, Andrew. I'm glad. Of course. This is... Listen, man. Why have all these different rare candies if you're not going to pick the best one? Yeah. Yeah, this one just goes the hardest. All right, here's the thing about this. It looks cheap. It looks cheap, bro. It looks too photorealistic. I don't like that style. It looks like plastic or something. Are you seriously feeding this to your candy to your Pokemon? It looks like the Detective Pikachu version of like a rare candy. Is it Yoshi? Bro, I'm a hater. I'm a hater. No, it can't be Yoshida again, bro. No. No, I'm such a hater. Oh, I feel so bad. Yeah, it just... Yep, I'm a hater. All right, moving on. I'm just a hate. Well, okay, we can all agree that this is like the worst one, though, right? This is the worst rare candy ever. It has to be. It's because it's this cheap 3D rendering, and I'm sure it's not cheap, but it's this 3D rendering. Like, bro, get your 3D rendering off my Pokemon cards. Like, I don't, no. Stylized. Stylized is better. It's this right here. It's that edge, the 3D rendering. It's just like, it's too... You see what I'm saying? It just looks cooler here. It looks too rigid, too flat. Too perfect. Right. Well, yeah. Right. It doesn't have any... Like, this actually looks like a crumbled up piece of candy, you know, that you would find in a bag of candy. This, you've never seen a candy wrapper that looks this... No. You never seen a candy wrapper look like that, bro. You never seen that. Straight up. I actually kind of like the spiral down here. I think it's like... The spiral's kind of cool. The background's kind of cool, but just the candy itself, dog. They dropped the ball. They dropped the ball on the candy. Just saying. Okay. Rocky helmet. I'm not going to go through and talk about the best Rocky helmet artworks because let's be honest, none of us are ever going to put a Rocky helmet in our decks. Katie is a new supporter card. Hello, Katie. Using this card ends your turn. Boo. But you get to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 8 cards. These kinds of supporter cards that end your turn but draw you cards have traditionally not been played in the Pokemon trading card game. The one that really comes to mind for me is the blue one. Yeah, Blue's Tactics. At the end of your turn, draw cards until you have 8 cards in your hand. Just not very useful because for the most part, you want to be able to attack on turns that you play draw supporters, and these supporters make it so that you cannot do that. I guess in a format where Marnie is rotated out, you could theoretically Luminion for KD and then fill your hand to 8, but Judge just got a nice reprint, which we'll be showing off here in a minute, and I think that Judge will certainly see some play. So, yeah, not a big believer in KD. Also, yeah, what's different between KD and Blue is Blue's tactics. You can play it and then play other cards, and then at the end of your turn, you draw 2, you have 8. As soon as you play KD, turn's over. So, I don't think KD is very good. Arvin is a new supporter card, allows you to search your deck for an item card and a tool card, which are different things now. They used to be the same, however, now they are not. And put them into your hand. I think this supporter is mid. Miriam, however, Miriam is a very cool supporter card. I love this supporter card. Choose up to 5 Pokemon from your discard pile, reveal them, and shuffle them into your deck, then draw 3. This is sick because it does 2 things in one. It's a recovery supporter that isn't dead in your opening hand. That's the beauty of this card, is that usually when you have cards like Brock's Grit or Clara, they're just bad in your opening hand. You don't want to see them at all. But if you have Miriam in your opening hand, then it's not so bad because you can still just use it to draw 3 cards. So I really like Miriam, and I think that it's a card that could certainly see some play in standard format, but might be a very valid option for quite a few Gym Leader Challenge decks as well, since it does have that 2-pronged functionality. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, where you're limited to only playing 1 of each card, except basic energy, having a single card with 2 functions is incredibly strong, like Tate and Liza, which is a switch card and a draw card, or Cynthia and Caitlin, which is a draw card and gets you a supporter back from your discard pile. Miriam being able to shuffle 5 Pokemon into your deck and draw 3 cards is just insane. Mesa Gosa is a new stadium card that reads, once during each player's turn, that player may flip a coin. If heads, they search their deck for a Pokemon card, reveal it, and put it into their hand. This stadium is very good. Very, very good. I mean, having more ways to search out Pokemon is always strong. I mean, what? That Incense card is seeing play right now. Aroma. I mean, capturing Aroma is even starting to see some play in Lugia V-Star decks. I think that Mesagosa is a card that will help boost consistency in decks that need it. It's a great option to help find your basic Pokemon and evolution cards. Unfortunately, it does help out your opponents, as they'll be able to use it to search for Pokemon out of their own deck too, but, you know, more search is always better. So I love this card. I think it might see some play in standard formats for sure to help set your deck up. Could certainly see play in Gym Leader Challenge format also. Just an all-around good card. It's like Turf Field, but for everybody, except you have to flip. But it can get you basic Pokemon too. So definitely into that. Are there anything good from the... Oh, yeah, from the... All right, that's it for Scarlet EX and Violet EX. There are a couple of EX battle deck type things that have been released in Japan as well. So let's go over some of the highlights from those real quick, as those cards will probably be included in our Scarlet and Violet set also. First up, we've got Lucario EX. It's got 260 hit points and the Aura Sphere attack for 2 fighting and a colorless energy. It does 160 damage, and this attack does 50 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. That, unfortunately, is a little bit underpowered. I don't think that 160 damage, 50 spread is necessarily worth it for 3 energy investment on a Pokemon that has 260 hit points. So, Lucario is getting the mid tag. I saw this Stonejourner this morning, and I just got like a... Man, just made me feel so good, you know? It made me so happy seeing this Stonejourner. It's not very good, but he's cool, though. He's a nice boy. Look how nice this Stonejourner is. This Stonejourner has 130 hit points and the Exoskeleton ability, which makes it take 20 less damage from attacks. And then its Mega Kick attack does 100 damage. Not very good, but incredibly handsome. Another chonker. Energy Switch reprinted. Energy Search reprinted. Potion reprinted. Pokegear getting a little reprint action. Okay. Yep, Pokegear getting another reprint. That's good, that's good. Switch. Pokemon Catcher reprint. People said that Switch wasn't getting reprinted. You guys are crazy. Of course they're going to reprint Switch. Shaking my head. I absolutely love this Judge artwork that we have here. Judge getting a reprint. This is probably my favorite Judge. Yeah, this Judge rocks. Absolutely love it. Marnie is rotating, so this will probably be our staple hand disruption supporter for, the foreseeable future. Judge in combination with Roxanne. Roxanne obviously is good, but has a limited period in the game where it's playable. So Judge could certainly see an uptick in play. Youngster, it's like Shauna. Shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 5. You know, it could see play. I know. How pitiful. This card could see play. After rotation, if our pool of supporters is bad enough, you might see a supporter like this see play. Shuffle draw 5. It's not as good as Shuffle draw 6, obviously, but it could see some play. Shauna was bad. Ha ha ha. However, GL Spencer. However, there was a period of time. There was a period of time where Shauna is all we had, man. All right? We used to have some serious discussions about whether or not Shauna was optimal or Professor Birch. These were the two cards we were choosing between. You had some people who were Shauna pilled and some people who were Birch pilled. And then all the mathematicians who would tell you, well, technically, Professor Birch Professor Birch on average gets you 0.5 more cards. Yeah. There was nothing worse than your opponent playing birds and flipping heads. Tweed says it's obviously Birch. Those math guys were right. All right, I'll do a poll right now, bro. You have to play one. You playing Birch or Shauna? You have to play one as a 4 of in your deck. You're either playing Birch or you're playing Shauna. It's hard to say. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's about 66% to 34%. That's, I mean, that adds up. Ripping the energy card in half every time I play Birch to draw 0.5 more cards. Oh, I'm definitely a Birchin man. Yeah, I'm Birchin, dude. You miss all the shots you don't take. Got Birching and flipping heads. You felt invincible. But if you Birch and flip tails, you might just have lost the game. The problem is that a Birch tails, you could just lose on a Birch tails, is the problem. Yeah. We rip heads on Birch every time. Birch heads, you're cruising. 7 cards. Oh, baby. Yeah, that's sick. Anyways. If our pool of supporter cards is bad enough, you may eventually see a supporter card like Youngster see play, but the pool of supporters would have to be pretty shallow in order for that card to actually see play. And then you've got your Professor Seda research. All right. With the new researches, which research are you? Juniper, Seda, Turo, whoever that other guy is from, is it Professor Rowan? Yeah. Rowan, Oak, Magnolia. All right, who's your... If you pick Seda, you just... That's a whole cyborg, dude. That is a whole cyborg right there. Okay? You guys ever seen the movie Austin Powers? I'm just saying, you know what happens, bro. You seen Austin Powers? Then you know. I'm not going to say it because you know. I think I'm still Team Juniper. If you've seen... I can't say it. All right. Bring it in. We're almost done. All right, here we go. Who else we got in here? Oh, he's nice. I didn't play with him in my game, so I don't think that I really even knew what this guy looked like. Crocolore. Fuecoco. Sheesh. Look at this guy. Fiery Vocals. Oh, that's a reprint, isn't it? Is that a reprint artwork? No, it's not, but... Why do I feel like I've seen that before? I probably have just seen it before because I think I just have seen this card before. That's right. Because they revealed Ampharos EX forever ago. Yeah. That's why. I've just seen that artwork before. Very cute. All right. And Ampharos EX. 330 hit points. Look at that magnificent sheep. It's a stage 2 Pokemon that evolves from Flaffy. Of course, we've got the broken Flaffy from Evolving Skies with the Dynamotor ability, which is going to make getting energy on this thing easier than ever. Ampharos EX has 2 attacks. First attack, Elect Ball does 60 damage, and then Lightning Tail for a lightning and 2 colorless energy does 140 damage. Plus, you can discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. If you do, it does 100 more damage. So, 240 damage. Pretty good. Pokemon that has 330 HP. 240 damage is pretty good for a Pokemon that has 330 HP. Good stuff. Bro, my Flamigo got done dirty with his first Pokemon card. What the heck? You're telling me the best Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet just flaps for 30? It's the best Pokemon in the generation. 30 damage. Come on, man. Cyborg. All right, then we got Quaxley and Mimikyu. Yeah, this guy. Attach basic energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Just, you ain't cutting it, bro. And then, of course, the last Pokemon EX, Mimikyu EX, 190 HP. Has the Void Return attack for 1 psychic energy. Does 30 damage, and you can switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon and Energy Burst for a psychic, and 2 colorless energy does 30 damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. And that is, oh yeah, Crushing Hammer reprint. Yes, that's just about a wrap on Scarlet EX and Violet EX Vitality Band reprint plus 10 damage. All in all, I'm really happy with the look of this set. It looks like they're trying to chill out the power creep of the Pokemon TCG. They're not just coming out guns a-blazing, trying to turn our game into a turn 1, turn 2 win fest. They're trying to slow the game down. They're trying to focus on the evolution mechanic, which in my mind is the heart and essence of the Pokemon trading card game. So I'm really excited to see that. A lot of these Pokemon EX are pretty, mid power level, which is okay. I think that that's something that had to happen in order for the Pokemon TCG to get the game under control and in a good space. If we look at the power level creep from Team Up through the Sword and Shield block, it really was something that took the level of the game to a kind of unreasonable point, to the point where expanded format is just kind of a chaotic mess where you have all the most broken new Pokemon with all the most broken old trainers, and it's just it's kind of haphazard right now. But I think that by resetting the power level and kind of chilling things out, allowing the ground to settle, hopefully hopefully getting ourselves a more methodical and thought out Pokemon trading card game is something that's going to be a huge win for everybody involved, especially us, the players. So I'm very excited about the cards that we've seen so far. I think that the future is bright for the Pokemon TCG, and I am even more thrilled than I was before for those Scarlet and Violet EX boxes to show up here at my studio. We're going to be opening those and building decks out of the Japanese cards that we get as soon as they arrive. So make sure to keep in touch. Make sure to follow along on Twitter and the Discord, discord.gg/trickyjim. And I'm Enjoyfriend, ENJOI on Twitter to stay up to date on when I'm going to be doing those openings and when I am doing the Scarlet and Violet gameplay videos and streams here on Tricky Jim. That about wraps it up. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know, what do you think of Scarlet EX and Violet EX in the comments below. And make sure to check out the Twitch channel. twitch.tv/trickyjim, where I streamed this set review live. And it's actually where I'm at right now, currently. Y'all have a good one. See ya. Okay. Ah! Man! That took some time. That's going to be a piece of work to edit. What do we do now? I go edit my video. That's it. Yeah. I got to go edit my video. That's going to take me, it took me 4 hours to do it. So then how long is it going to take me to edit it? Hopefully not 4 hours. Hopefully not. But yeah, thank you guys for the hangs and for the stream today. I still got to work on that. Dialga Ho-Oh deck when I get back. But that's fine. We'll do that on Monday. We'll have plenty of stuff to do on Monday. Today, Scarlet EX and Violet EX. Fun, fun, fun. Cool. Yeah, 4 hours. How could I talk about cards for 4 hours? That's crazy. Dang, we must have done a lot of messing around. Yeah. Yeah, my Dialga Ho-Oh deck. Yeah, we're still working on it. It'll be ready for a video on Monday. I'm confident. Yeah. We've got one really good game where I absolutely decimate a Mew VMAX player with it because I get the turn 1 Dialga play. Or the turn 1 Drapion play. But yeah. All right. I'm going to get cracking on the editing. You guys all take it easy and have a wonderful weekend. I'll be back on Monday with some more Pokemon trading card game online action. Aight. And then Scarlet EX and Violet EX releases on next Friday, the 20th. So those cards should be en route to me here in about a week and a half. We've got about a week until the set releases and about a week and a half to be here. Until then, we big chillin' out here building silly decks on PTCGO, hanging out, doing all that. Just what it do, baby. Hopefully you guys are as excited about the new set as I am. Seems like there's a lot of cool new things going on. See ya.